You're muted, Jen.
I'm okay, happy now, Chair, thank you.
You are.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you. I remind members of the committee that you will only be able to vote on an application before the committee if you have been present for the whole of the presentation of and discussion on the application. I will now call on each councillor by name in turn. Please speak to confirm that you are able to hear me, and I will confirm in response that I can hear you. Councillor Paul Andrews.
Morning, Chair. I can hear you and see you.
Me also. Councillor Polly Andrews.
I can hear and see you, Chairman.
I can see and hear you. Thank you. Councillor Tony Fagan.
Yes, good morning, Chair. I can see and hear you.
Good morning. I can see and hear you. Councillor Foxton.
Good morning, Chair. I can see and hear you.
Good morning. I can also see and hear you. Councillor James.
Thank you, Chairman. I can see and hear you.
I can also see and hear you. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I can see and hear you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see and hear you. Councillor Graham Jones.
I can see and hear you, Chairman.
I can hear you, but I can't see you, Councillor Jones. Are you able to switch your video on?
I will get some help. 2 seconds.
Okay, fine. Well, I'd just like to welcome you to your first committee meeting as a new member as well. Wish you well on that, Mr. Jones. Councillor Milne.
I can see and hear you, thank you, Chair.
I can see and hear you, thank you. Councillor Rowan.
Morning, Chair. Loud and proud.
Good morning. I can see and hear you. Councillor Selden.
Morning, Chairman. Yes, with sound and vision.
Thank you. Also with you. Councillor Shaw.
Morning, Chair. I can see and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see and hear you. Councillor Stone.
Thank you, Chairman. I can see and hear you.
Thank you. I can also see and hear you. And Councillor Wilding.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I can see and hear. Thanks.
I can also see and hear you. I'd now like to invite Mr. Withers to introduce all officers that will be involved with the meeting this morning. Thank you. You're muted, Mr. Withers. You're still muted. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies. Yes, my name is Simon Withers. I'm the development manager for this morning's meeting, so I'll be providing planning advice as and when required. Assisting the meeting this morning is Dawn Evans, the planning lawyer, who will be providing legal input when and if required. I can also introduce members of the governance team, Jen Preece and Tim Brown. Mark Lewis, the lead area engineer, is also present to advise on matters relating to access and highway safety if and when required. And then last but not least, can I introduce the planning officers who will be presenting the items today. Heather Carlisle, Principal Planning Officer, will be presenting items 6 and 7 at Howell Hill and Tump Lane respectively. Alistair Wager, Senior Planning Officer, will be presenting item 8, which is the land adjacent Coach House, Lumber Lane, Lugwardine. And then finally, Adam Lewis, Senior Planning Officer, who will be presenting the final item number 9, relating to 3 High Street, Webley. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Hardwick, you're on mute.
Thank you. Can I now request that public speakers for the agenda item 6, attending as virtual attendees, Mr. De La Haye, a local resident speaking in objection, and Mrs. Joseph, the applicant's agents, are admitted into the room.
Okay, Chair, they should be with us.
Right. We've also That is Mr. De La Haye with Yolandi and Andrew titled, yes? Okay, fine, thank you. Good morning, Mr. De La Haye and Mrs. Joseph. I welcome you to the meeting and will call upon you to speak following the officer's presentation on the application in due course. I would like to welcome everybody to today's meeting. The council is video and audio streaming this meeting live on the internet and making an official recording. The recording forms part of the public record of the meeting and will be available on the council's website. Please note that it is a legal requirement that each and every member attending virtual meetings is able to hear and, where practicable, see and be heard, and where practicable, be seen by the other members in attendance and the public watching. So I ask that you please all have your audio switched on, and where you are able to do so, also have your video switched on. Please remember that what you say and do in the meeting has a global reach, and your words and actions should be chosen carefully. Can I also remind members to ensure that they are wearing their headsets while listening and speaking during the meeting? This will ensure that the audio quality is of the highest possible quality and background noise is significantly reduced. There are some additional points for members and officers to be aware of. As part of our meeting etiquette and in line with our normal committee practices, all microphones apart from mine will be placed on mute at the start of the meeting. I will run through the agenda in the customary way. When you wish to speak, please use your hand button against your name in the participants list, which should be on the right of your screens. I will then invite you to speak. You may then unmute your microphone. Please do not raise your physical hand, as I do not want to miss anyone who may wish to speak. Please note that the chat facility has been switched off to ensure that members' contributions can be offered through the spoken voice and for the public record. Please ensure that all mobile devices are switched off to prevent interference with the audio and video system. Electronic voting will be used at this meeting. You will be asked to use the electronic polls to vote, to confirm the minutes and agree recommendations. When the poll appears on the screen, please select an option and press submit. If the poll does not appear on your screen, please access the poll icon at the foot of your screen in Zoom. If you're unable to vote, please raise your virtual hand. If for any reason an electronic poll cannot be undertaken, or if the outcome is unclear, then I will ask each committee member in turn to confirm their vote verbally. I request that other attendees to avoid interacting with the system during the vote and to only close off any polling screens once the vote has been confirmed by the Democratic Services. Members are reminded that speeches are limited to 3 minutes. Public speaking arrangements. Please note that as part of the virtual meeting format, those registered to speak in accordance with the public speaking procedure, namely the parish council, objectors and supporter, are able to participate in the following ways: by making a written submission, by submitting an audio recording, by submitting a video recording, and by speaking as the virtual attendee. I will deal with these formats in the following ways. For statements received by email, that statement will be read out. For statements received by audio video, the recording will be played live for the meeting. And for virtual attending members of the public, I will invite them to speak in turn via the audio video live during the meeting. Right. Now move to the meeting proper. So first item on the agenda, apologies for absence. We have 2 apologies, Councillor Graham Andrews and Councillor Millmore. Item 2, name substitutes. We have the following substitutes: Councillor Shaw, who is standing in for Councillor Millmore. We now move to item 3, declarations of interest, and I will start by declaring an interest on item 6. I am a member of the Wye Valley AONB Joint Advisory Committee, and therefore declare my interest as such. Any member that is involved with that committee knows, members don't get involved with planning applications, but I declare just for normal practice. Thank you. Any other apologies for declarations of interest? Sorry. We have none. We move then to item 4, minutes of the last meeting. To confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 13th of October. No matters of accuracy have been notified to the monitoring officer. So therefore, can I ask Democratic Services whether the electronic voting system is ready, and to confirm the number of eligible voting committee members for this poll?
Chair, we have 14 voting members and they can cast their vote now.
Okay, and I believe you've got 30 seconds to vote. So if you would vote now, please.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. It's Councillor Graham Jones. As I obviously wasn't anything to do with the last planning committee meeting, I presume I'm exempt this.
You just abstain from the vote. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, we have 12 to approve those minutes and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you. Chairman's announcements. Item 5, just to thank members for their attendance at the planning site visits yesterday, which incorporated 2 applications that are on the agenda today and 2 for next week's meeting. I think they were all worthwhile visits to the sites, which gave an insight to the applications to members. So thank you all for that. Right, we now move on to the business proper. Item 6, which is application 190316, Waters Edge, Sharman's Pitch, Howell Hill, Ross on Wye. The erection of 8 dwellings and associated works. We have, it says here 3 speakers. I've already welcomed Mr. Delahaye, local resident, speaking in objection, and Mrs. Joseph, who are speaking on behalf of the applicant, and I will call upon them following the officer's presentation on the application. And we also have one other speaker, Walford Parish Council. They have made a written statement, which we read out after the presentation. So we have Heather Carlisle, who is presenting this application, who is starting to share a screen now. Councillor Watson is the ward councillor for this area, but she has declared an interest, and proxy for this member is Councillor William Wilding. He is a member of this committee, but because he is acting as ward councillor, a proxy ward councillor, he will not get a vote on this application, but will be entitled to open and close the debate. So without further ado, Ms. Carlisle, if you could make your presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members of this committee. Also, thank you to members of the committee who attended the site visit yesterday morning. The application site is identified in the usual manner by the red star. The recommendation in front of members this morning is for approval for a full application for 8 dwellings in Howell Hill near Wolford, and comprises of land that is used as a specialist plant nursery known as Howell Hill Nursery. This is an established business and is located on the corner of Sharman Pitch and the U70416. This application has been redirected to Planning Committee by Councillor Wilding due to the high number of representation received. Your officers have worked with the applicant and their agent to address concerns relating to the design and layout and further technical matters on drainage and highways before bringing the application in front of you this morning. Next slide, please. This slide shows the extent of the application site as outlined in red, including the drainage field to the south. The site is part of the existing nursery and is approximately 0.67 hectares. The site is not located within a conservation area, nor has any heritage assets adjoining or within it. The site has no public rights of way running across it, but there is a public right of way on the opposite side to the current entrance. The site, however, is within the Wye Valley area of outstanding natural beauty, and as such, this is a statutory designation in regards to landscape. The boundary to the AONB runs along the eastern side of the site. There are currently 2 vehicle accesses associated with the site, with the main access onto the A70416 being a customer access to the nursery. Howell Hill is designated under Core Strategy Policy RA2 for proportionate growth, although officers fully appreciate that Howell Hill as a settlement is somewhat dispersed. Next slide, please. It is recognised that Howell Hill no longer has a public bus service. However, there is bus provision to local schools within the school pickup, within walking distance opposite the site as seen on the photo. The nearest large village is Wolford, which is about 2 miles away, which has a primary school, public house. And the largest settlement would be the market town of Ross, located approximately 4 miles away. Officers do not dispute that the fact that Howell Hill does not have facilities like a shop, school or public house. However, I reiterate this is an area identified in the current core strategy under policy RA2 for proportionate growth. The public right of way opposite the site assists with links to the wider rural footpath network. It is fair to say this application has generated a very large number of objections from local residents who have raised significant concerns. As members will be aware, this is a full application and it is acknowledged that the parish of Wolford has not progressed a neighbourhood development plan, and as such no plan is made nor forms part of the development plan, and therefore the village does not have a settlement boundary. As seen on the slide, this proposed site constitutes an appropriately located site in the settlement, identified for future growth. The proposal is considered to be suitably located within the settlement adjacent to existing houses on previously developed land within the parish, and the parish has the capacity of an additional 8 dwellings, so it is deemed to be an appropriate size of development for the parish and settlement. The proportionate growth figures for Wolford Parish as of April 2020 state the area has capacity for 55 dwellings. 14 have been built, 2 commitments, which leaves 22 dwellings remaining. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed site plan and the proposed landscaping plan. The scheme in front of members today has been amended during the application process with a reduction of 1 unit from 9 to 8, as well as alterations within the design of the dwellings, including a reduction in the height of the 6 detached properties. In the eastern section of the site, there are a pair of 2-bedroom properties which lie directly opposite a site which has planning permission for 4 dwellings. These 2 properties have their own access. The 6 detached properties will utilise the existing access into the site. There is no denying that the proposal for residential development on this site will alter its character. As can be seen from the proposed site plan, the 8 dwellings are to be split by a large tree belt running southwest to northeast, and the 2 elements of the scheme would not be viewed together. Furthermore, they have separate entrances and designs as such that they are 2 different characters. It is noted that the pair of the dwellings that front the road to Crossways require a loss of roadside hedge to form the vehicle entrances. and this will alter the character of this section of road. As mentioned previously, this is the boundary to the AONB. As members who attended the site visit yesterday will be aware, the application site where the 6 dwellings are to be located is at a lower level than the road edge and is currently screened by hedgerows. The woodland belt which straddles the site can be seen on both the attached drawings, and this is approximately 5 metres in height. There is also a considerable amount of existing hard surfacing throughout the site, in addition to greenhouses, polytunnels and other buildings and storage sheds. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the proposed dwellings of the 8 dwellings, so proposed design of the 8 dwellings. The proposal includes 4 house types, which consist of 6 detached 4-bedroom properties and a pair of 2-bedroom semi-detached dwellings. The dwellings proposed consist of 2-storey properties with communal living space on the ground floor and bedrooms above. The form of the dwellings have been amended throughout the application process. The design for the 6 blocks reflect the current nursery use of the site, and as such is a landscape-led development with a central landscape feature leading off the individual bespoke design plots. The roof heights are now lower, and the main roof of each dwelling is curved to reflect the polytunnels of the site, all like a Dutch barn. For the pair of semi-detached properties, the design was taken from the local vernacular of the area, which ranges from traditional rendered cottages with plantar roofs, dormer and traditional bungalows, constructed using render and brick. To the east of the site, the pair of the 20th century cottages, so it's 20th century red brick. To the east of the site is a pair of 20th century red brick cottages, and these 2 dwellings reflect a more traditional approach. Materials proposed are detailed within the committee report, and they do include local Forest of Dean stone, timber cladding, aluminium roofs, windows and tin roofs, as well as cladding. The proposed materials of the dwellings are found to be in keeping with the locality. When looking at amenity impacts, each dwelling will benefit from its own garden to the rear. Given the orientation of the dwellings, there are not found to be detrimental issues of overlooking for future occupiers. In relation to existing properties within the settlement in close proximity, there are no concerns due to the distance, and no concerns in regards to overshadowing or privacy are anticipated. It is noticed there are concerns raised in regards to the building design. These designs are clearly bespoke and have evolved over the application period. Clearly, design is a matter of subjectivity, but your officers consider that the bespoke style of the unit sits comfortably in its settings. The proposed 6 dwellings, although sizable, would not, in my view, appear prominent or conflicting to their setting. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides are primarily for the benefit of members who did not attend the site meeting yesterday, as they assist in demonstrating the site's topography as well as displaying the existing belt of trees. This slide shows the proposed sections across the site and clearly highlights the height difference between the two defined areas of the site. Next slide, please. This slide displays the proposed elevations and how they will look within the site and street scene, but again showing the relationship between the 2 defined areas and the belt of trees. Next slide, please. This slide shows the existing main entrance into the site and shows some of the existing hard standing and existing polytunnels. A number of local residents have raised concerns in regards to drainage matters. The proposal confirms that foul sewage will be managed by the way of the addition of a new packaged treatment plant to serve the dwellings, and surface water will be managed by means of a soakaway. During the application process, the scheme was amended to include a drainage field. It is acknowledged that notice was served on the owner of the field in this respect. The drainage field can be seen on the slide as the additional add-on to the area to the south. As part of the application, the drainage strategy has been submitted and reviewed by officers, and the County Council's drainage team have requested specifically appropriately worded conditions to seek and clarify details. Turning now to highway matters. As you're aware, the site currently operates as a horticultural nursery, as well as being open to the public. This site historically has struggled with deliveries from larger vehicles to the site, which in the past has caused local concerns. The site has limited parking and has no capacity for larger delivery vehicles to turn or park. As such, these vehicles are forced to park on the road. The proposed dwellings can be accommodated on the site with the provision of sufficient car parking spaces for the size of the dwellings and including the required turning space. During the application process, additional work has been undertaken in regards to the visibility space to accommodate the main path of development and overcome initial highway authority concerns. Highway matters are covered in more within the committee report, and you will note that highway officers have raised no objection to the proposed development. Next slide, please. In respect to the proposed visibility displays as referenced, additional clarification was sought and revised drawings submitted, which can be seen on the drawings within the slide. As members who attended the site visit yesterday saw, the proposed visibility displays for the main path of the site can be achieved without damage or removal of the veteran beech tree and can be implemented without impacting on its root system. Access arrangements serving the proposal have been demonstrated to achieve relevant technical standards and the required visibility displays to the satisfaction of the transport manager. Next slide, please. This slide shows the existing hedge and veteran beech tree and the road immediately outside the entrance. As discussed on site yesterday, this hedge will need to be trimmed back, but the required displays can be achieved. Next slide, please. The photo on the slide with a red border and arrow demarks the edge of the AONB, and part of this hedgerow will need to be removed to provide the additional access for the pair of semi-detached dwellings. Next slide, please. In regards to ecology matters, the application submission has been supported by an ecological survey. It is noted that the ecologist has raised no objection and is satisfied with the conditions suggested that require more detail to be submitted prior to work commencing. The site is within the River Wye SAC catchment and a habitat regulation assessment has been completed. This has been assessed by ecology colleagues and Natural England, and ecology colleagues have raised no objection. The red photo on the slide is where there is the existing permission for 4 dwellings. Also, the pair of existing red brick semi-detached properties located close to the junction can be seen in the distance within these slides. As part of the assessment of this planning application and touched on throughout this presentation, it is critical to acknowledge the site location within the area of outstanding natural beauty. The National Planning Policy Framework directs at paragraph 172 that great weight should be given to conserving and enhancing landscape and scenic beauty in areas of outstanding natural beauty. This paragraph does go on to say that planning permission should be refused for major development other than exceptional circumstances and where it can be demonstrated that the development is in the public interest. You will note from the committee report, which states that footnote 55, the NPPF clarifies that for the purpose of paragraph 172, where a proposal is major development, it is a matter for the decision maker, taking into account its nature, scale and setting, and whether it would have a significant adverse impact on the proposal for which the area has been designated or defined. Officers have made this assessment and judgment, and as detailed within the report, have concluded that 8 dwellings within this location is not a major development application site. However, have acknowledged there is a landscape impact associated with the removal of the hedgerow to facilitate the access to the part of the eastern site. With regards to landscape impacts, Core Strategy Policy LD2 applies, which seeks to conserve and where possible enhance the rural landscape and the AONBs. I am aware that great weight should be afforded to conserving and enhancing the landscape and scenic beauty to AONBs as defined in the NPPF. It is acknowledged that the proposal site itself is somewhat unusual as a commercial operation with a small scale buildings and structures and plants for sale in line with the existing plant nursery business. Therefore, the overall views into the site from the roadside gateway are of mixed character that do not themselves contribute positively. It, however, can be considered that the existing boundary vegetation and tree belt do make a positive contribution to this natural environment. The proposed scheme would change the character and appearance of the site, which would result in some harm to the landscape. But this harm is limited and localised and will be mitigated by additional planting. Officers accept that the development proposal should also conserve and enhance AONBs through the protection of the area's character, and the Wye Valley OAMB Management Plan Policy. The policy WVD2 does require a high standard design to complement the local landscape character and distinctiveness. It can be argued that as the site is brownfield, the proposal would enhance its immediate setting. However, it can equally be claimed that development does not easily relate to the overall form, layout and scale of the surrounding area. However, due to the unique nature of the site, e.g. it's brownfield and well screened, and the main part of the development is at lower level, the proposal is not considered to overwhelm the settlement. As detailed within the committee report, concerns have been raised by the Parish Council, AONB officer, the CPRE, Wye Valley Society and third parties. And as such, the council landscape officer has therefore been consulted on the application for their views. The siting of the pair of semi-detached dwellings would clearly be seen on the edge of the OMB boundary. Office consider that the negotiated reduction of one unit from this part of the site and the proposal design ensure that they will not appear to be too prominent. In regards to the main part of the site for the 6 units, this is well screened, and the retention of the belter trees throughout the centre of the site with the hedges to the west and south being enhanced with additional planting is welcomed. It is apparent that there will be some hedge loss to the northern boundary to accommodate the required visibility displays, but this will be replaced by a new mixed species hedge. The retention of the veteran beech tree on the northern boundary will be retained and additional planting. As noted, the scheme and layout has evolved and it is considered suitable in regards to its design, scale and layout, which has been positively influenced by the surrounding townscape and landscape. Finally, conditions have been added to the report to secure landscape planting and biodiversity enhancements to help integrate the development into its surroundings and landscape character. Next slide, please. As the site is currently used for commercial purposes as a horticultural nursery, it can be classified as previously developed land, e.g. brownfield. And there is also a considerable amount of existing hard surfacing throughout the site, in addition to greenhouses, polytunnels and other buildings and storage sheds, which can be seen on the existing site plan within this slide. And it can be considered there is an opportunity in advancements of this site. The existing building will be relocating to a sister site and will have the capacity to expand. Next slide, please. To sum up, your office acknowledged there is significant level of objection as well as parish and local member objection towards the proposal. However, the local authority cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply with the required buffer. The current published position is 3.69 year supply. This proposal can deliver 8 dwellings on a brownfield site, which is well screened and well enclosed and within the settlement. At this time, the development plan comprises of the core strategy and the parish does not have a neighbour plan, and as such, there is no settlement boundary. As set out in the committee report, the development proposal is considered to accord with the core strategy as the site lies within the main built-up part of the settlement in accordance with policy RA2, as an area where housing should be allocated. The provision of 8 dwellings on a brownfield site in the context of an undersupply within the county are a factor to which significant weight should be attributed to. In terms of identified harm, there is a degree of localised visual harm resulting from the alterations needed to achieve the visibility displays, construction of the dwellings and removal of the hedgerow, and temporary loss of habitats. There will also be moderate landscape impact associated with the induction of the housing in the main part of the site. As such, there is some conflict to landscape policies. Officers also acknowledge there was a large number of local representation received in regards to highway safety. It is noted that the local highway authority raised no objection and subject to conditions to secure the adequate visibility, this can be achieved. It is also noted that a large number of concerns have been raised in respect to the development affecting the AONB. The site does not constitute major development in the AONB and is set out within the report, the harm to the landscape in the NEOMB is limited to predominantly local impact, which can be sufficiently mitigated. Officers consider the design approach as acceptable and appropriate within the wider context. Having regard to the 3 dimensions of sustainable development as set out in the core strategy, officers conclude that the scheme, when considered as a whole, is representative of sustainable development and that the presumption in favour of approval is therefore engaged. There would be economic benefits during the construction phase. There is also an economic benefit with the proposed amalgamation of the client's existing business. The payment of the new homes bonus is also a benefit to take into account, and there may also be benefits as a result from increased residents in the local area to support the facilities in nearby Walford. These benefits are considered to be cumulatively to be moderate given the scale of the proposal. There would also be a reduction in traffic associated with the existing business on the site being removed. The contribution that development would bring in terms of jobs and associated activity in the construction sector and supported businesses should be acknowledged as a fulfilment of the economic and social roles. Bringing all of the together, the proposal is considered consistent with the aspirations of the core strategy taken as a whole, albeit with some tension with policy LD1. However, it is considered to represent a sustainable pattern of development on a brownfield site. In light of the tilted balance, the adverse effects of the proposal in relation to landscape change are not considered to significantly outweigh the identified benefits. Accordingly, having regard to all of the above, the application is recommended for approval along with the conditions proposed. Thank you, Chair. This brings me to the end of my presentation.
You're muted, John.
Yeah, I'd lost sight of my screen, sorry. So I was unable to unmute myself. Thank you, Ms. Carlisle. Very good presentation. We have 3 speakers, as I say. I now request that the submission from Walford Parish Council be read out. Mr. Brain, please. Thank you.
This application has been reviewed by Walford Parish Council, WPC, on 2 separate occasions at the meetings held in April and November 2019. The Council has twice objected to this application, with comments submitted to Herefordshire Council, HC, for the following reasons. It is outside the settlement of Howell Hill, as per the precedence set in application 171105, requiring RA3 criteria, which it does not meet. It is a major development on a site under AONB protection and will have a detrimental visual impact. The 14% core strategy requirement has already been achieved in the Howell Hill locale. The site is not a sustainable location for the size of the development. There are no services on Howell Hill, and access is via unlit, steep, narrow and winding country lanes. WPC does not believe the traffic statement accurately reflects the road usage and requests the traffic flow be reanalysed. The houses will be clearly visible via the visibility display, and due to the uphill position of the site, with the appearance of the dwellings out of character to the area. There will be a significant increase in the light pollution arising from the dwellings. The flood risk will be exacerbated by increased hard standing arising from this application. Local residents have already installed flood defences and runoff drainage is poor on the hill. The site has suffered from severe problems with overflow parking. WPC does not believe that 2 parking spaces per house will be sufficient, particularly for the larger houses. WPC believes it to be a morally uncomfortable principle that the low-cost dwellings are sited outside the ring boundary of the more expensive housing. WPC reminds HC that historically there have been other applications by previous owners for dwellings on this site, all of which have been refused by HC. There is very significant opposition to this application from very many local residents, and it is concerning that the objections submitted by Walford Parish Council in November 2019 do not appear to have been presented to Herefordshire Council. WPC reminds HC that it has objected twice to this application and its position has not changed. And that concludes that statement.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I now would like to invite Mr. De La Haye to speak as an objector. You have 3 minutes in your own time, please. Thank you, Mr. De La Haye. You need to unmute yourself. You're still muted.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, fine, thank you. Sorry, Mr. De La Haye, you've muted yourself again.
You have before you a complex document of 52 pages, which is missing key evidence. 1, planning application 171105, Little Hell Farm, which sets a precedent. 2, Walford NDP site assessment report. However, the facts of the matter are simple and clear and show that the right decision is to refuse the application. Fact 1, planning application 171105 sets a clear precedent in which the Planning Office clearly defined the main built-up areas of Howell Hill 300 metres away from water's edge. It was refused by the Planning Office and again on appeal. The appeals inspector also stated that the crossroads at Howell Hill has limited development around it and is away from the main built-up areas to the north and west. As such, it does not, in my view, form a focal point of the village. The conclusion, which was that it does not meet RA2, RA3, is the same for Water's Edge. It is outside the settlement and does not meet RA2, RA3. On this point, the arguments in the report fall apart. 2, the site is not sustainable. There are no services, no shop, no public transport, no pub, nothing. The only means of transport is by car. The Planning Office also summarised in 171105, the site is not sustainably located and is not capable of being made so. The conclusion was it did not meet SS1, SS2. It is not sustainable. 3, this is not proportionate development under policies RA1, RA2. Howell Hill was included in the core strategy solely on the basis of having a bus service. It no longer has one. In the core strategy, 14% growth is proportionate, which would be 8 houses. Consent already amounts to 15 houses. This would take it to 40% growth. 4, the exit from the site is not safe as required by policy MT1. The consultant used the wrong traffic speed information from his own document, meaning the splay distance to be achieved is understated by at least 11 metres and is not achievable. 5, these houses are not needed to meet Walford's housing target. The Parish Council site assessment report demonstrates that it has viable available sites to more than meet its housing target of 91. In summary, there were 102 objection letters. Key information, including a clear precedent, was left out, and the arguments are corrupted to prove a point. It is in open countryside, it's not sustainable, it's not proportionate, it's not safe, it's not needed. Don't risk a judicial review, refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De La Haye. Very good, kept very well to your time. I now would like to invite Mrs. Joseph to speak as the applicant's agent. In your own time, please, 3 minutes, Mrs. Joseph, thank you.
Good morning. This application provides an exciting opportunity to create a modern and innovative development on a brownfield site within a well-contained setting against a backdrop of mature trees and hedging. Following a detailed pre-app, various site meetings and 2 years of hard work, your officers are satisfied that we have addressed all the issues. Howell Hill is a village designated for development in your core strategy. In policy terms, the principle of residential development is acceptable. The sustainability of the location is therefore not in question. We are aware there are a large number of objections from residents, and we have worked with your officers to address these concerns. We are at a loss to understand the level of antagonism against the application in this site. The site is well screened, it is an existing business, and as confirmed by your officers, it falls within the definition of previously developed land. There are no dwellings in the immediate vicinity that are affected by the development and no impact on residential or amenity or long-term views. Flooding is not an issue and there will be significant reduction in traffic on site, 40 trips per day, including large vehicles, which when added to the improved visibility display will create significant highway improvements. This is recognised by your highway manager. In drainage terms, we have satisfied your drainage consultants, and whilst maintenance is not a planning issue, we can confirm the drainage field can be accessed by either tractor or quad with a jet sprayer in the unlikely event that the tail drains are blocked. The council's landscape manager, tree officer and ecologist have no objections to the scheme, and we are replacing any hedge removed with 1.5 metre ready hedge. The proposal provides electric charging points, air source heat pumps, high levels of thermal insulation, water butts, etc. Plus the woodland provides homes for hedgehogs, birds. The landscape scheme is designed by the applicant, who is an award-winning landscape designer, and the design by an award-winning architect. Planning policy is very clear that being with the AONB does not preclude development. It's important to emphasise this is a well-screened site on previously developed land, and the site already generates significant traffic. This is not major development in the AONB, as the planning appeal at Gloucester for 9 dwellings confirms. The site constraints and the number of attitudes of local objections will give a clear indication as to why the applicant had reluctantly to look elsewhere to expand his business. He currently employs 24 people here on site and a further 12 in Huntly. The opportunity to relocate in its entirety to the Huntly site will secure the long-term future of the business, with the potential to generate further jobs, which I'm sure you will agree is a major consideration in these very difficult times. The site assessment referred to is not consulted on and carries no weight. And it should be noted that none of the sites they have put forward are brownfield. We hope you can recognise the amount of work that has gone into the proposal, the significant benefits of the scheme, and feel able to support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Joseph. If sorry about that. I will now request that Mr. Delahaye and Mrs. Joseph leave the meeting by being put back in the waiting room. But I would like to remind them that they can watch the live stream of the meeting on the YouTube channel. Thank you both very much and good day to you both. Right. I now move across to Councillor Wilding, who's fulfilling the role of the local ward member for this item. He is a member of this committee, but as a local ward member for this item, he can speak, but he does not get a vote. He speaks first and then has the right to speak at the end of the debate. So over to you, Councillor Wilding. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to everyone who came to the site visit yesterday. And I apologise in advance if I go over some of the stuff that I've already talked about when we were on site. I wish to point out that I believe this report's conclusions do not give appropriate weight to the reasons for refusal. And I'm going to outline the reasons you can use in order to refuse this application, because I believe it is a major development in the open countryside, that it is not sustainable or proportionate. As you know, the application is to build 8 houses in an area of outstanding natural beauty. As said before, Howell Hill is only classed as a settlement in the current core strategy because of a previous once-a-week public transport service. That was 6 years ago. It doesn't exist now. There's no pub, no shop, no church, no village hall, no public transport. Consequently, Howell Hill won't be classed as a settlement in the up-and-coming core strategy. Is this development part of a settlement in any case? The report states that it clearly lies adjacent to the main built form of the settlement. I dispute that. I refer, as other people have, to a previous decision where a 2-bedroom bungalow was refused in 2017. And at that occasion, the inspectorate said that in their view, the appeal site is not in or adjacent to the main built up parts of the village. It is more obviously associated with the surrounding countryside. They also said in rural locations outside settlements, residential housing is restricted to avoid unsustainable patterns of development, and is therefore part of policy RA3 of the core strategy. As you'll recall from the slides in the office's presentation, these areas are not adjacent to the site. That's the Howell Hill settlements. They are at least 300 metres away in two different directions. The report states, in regard to the core strategy policy RA2, that the site is clearly previously developed land brownfield. This is not as clear as the report suggests. The site is a plant nursery. Most buildings are polytunnels. There's one non-permanent building as an office. Much of the land is taken up from planting. I dispute that it's hard, a lot of it is hard standing. We walked around it yesterday. A lot of it is paving slabs, yes, but not hard standing. The site is also not listed on Herefordshire Council's Brownfield Site Register. Furthermore, the ruling by the Planning Inspectorate suggests this area should not be seen as open countryside and should be classed under RA3, not RA2. In any case, I don't think RA2 would apply anyway. This development does not make a positive contribution to the surrounding environment and landscape, does not reflect the size, role, function of the settlement, does not bolster existing service provision, it does not improve facilities, infrastructure, does not meet the needs of the communities concerned. The report again suggests there is a clear cluster of buildings around the crossroads. That is not the case. There are two semi-detached houses that have agricultural ties on them, and that, in my view, does not constitute a cluster. The report says the development is of a relatively modest scale, and there would be no harm to the setting of the AONB. And so therefore it is not a major development. Again, I dispute that. As said before, there are 31 houses in Howell Hill, so 8 more represents a 25% increase. The current housing density in the hamlet is 4.6 houses per hectare. This development is equivalent to 12 houses per hectare. The NPPF paragraph 172 that was referred to earlier, yes, it does say that great weight should be given to conserving and enhancing the scenic beauty in the AONB. It goes on to say that planning permission should be refused for major developments. So I think that this is not a major development, so that planning permission should be refused. It does, of course, say that the decision maker should make the decision. Well, I think today the councillors on the planning committee are the people that are going to make that decision. You might also feel inclined to take a little bit of notice of the Walford Parish Council site assessment report, which, although the NDP is not yet legal, it is in draft form. And one of the things it points out is that they have identified 91 other sites for houses in Walford. And so therefore, there are plenty of other sites that are much closer to amenities, to schools, to pubs, to shops. There's no need for this. It says that you can get, sustainable transport, but members will have driven up that hill, which is like 130 meters above the level of the road below. It's a very long winding road. I just don't think anyone's going to be cycling up and down it. The development is opposed by the local parish council, local residents. You saw the strength of the feeling outside the site yesterday. I don't know, I haven't been to as many meetings as a lot of you, but there was a lot of people there with their placards and stuff. So there is a lot of local feeling about this. Then the site is objected to by 3 respected organisations. There's the Council for the Protection of Rural England, the Wye Valley Society, and of course the Wye Valley OANB. The OANB says, we are concerned that the proposed design is not in a sustainable location and will create an incongruous housing estate that appears out of keeping with the scale, setting, character of the rest of the settlement on Howell Hill. It is difficult to see how this conserves and enhances the landscape and scenic beauty of the AONB. Their management plan 2025 states they will resist inappropriate development, which will create a persistent and dominant feature out of keeping with the landscape of the AONB. And consequently, they recommend that the council refuse this application, which fails to conserve or enhance the Wye Valley AONB and the settlement of Howell Hill. This development also, I believe, goes against core strategy policies LD2 and LD3 because it does not retain or protect existing biodiversity, geodiversity, or green infrastructure. Yesterday, we saw that belt of trees that run through the site. That is a well-established green corridor. There can be no doubt that those trees and the biodiversity and natural habitats that they afford will be badly affected if this development goes ahead. That area will become gardens, will be less wild, many habitats will be lost. The report suggests that, or says that there will be a reliance on private motor vehicles to access shops and employment. But it incorrectly suggests that providing bicycle storage will encourage alternative sustainable solutions. As I said about the hill, people aren't going to cycle up and down that. Just a couple more pages and then I'll be out of your hair. We're getting on to the visibility splays, which I would have pointed out in more detail yesterday, but because of the strong demonstration outside the gates, we felt it inappropriate to go outside and speak there. So we spoke within the site. But as you know, as referred earlier, the visibility splays coming from one side are based on traffic speeds which mean really there should be a longer visibility splay. I think one of the objectors said it's 11 meters. Yes, we were unable to stand in the entrance and see what that would mean, but take my word for it, I did stand there and look, and it means that you can't see far enough in that direction because the visibility splay, in order to trim it back, you'd have to trim that tree that they say is going to be preserved. So I don't think the visibility splay is actually achievable. So taking all these things into account, I don't think there can be a presumption in favour of sustainable development, because the specific elements of the national policy relating to the AONB indicate that development should be restricted. And this application does not secure development that improves social, economical, or environmental conditions because of the density of the housing, which does not match that in the hamlet. The adverse impacts of granting permission would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. As you saw yesterday, there is also a for sale sign on an adjacent field to the south. This indicates to me that there are good reasons to believe that further planning applications will follow if this one is passed. This urban car development will put additional pressures on the unadopted road system and therefore contravenes policy SS7 in tackling climate change. Howell Hill has a number of small catering businesses, self-catering businesses that rely on the peace and tranquility in the hamlet to attract visitors and tourists. So it fails to meet policy E4, particularly point 2, which relates to and relies on conserving the landscape and scenic beauty of the AONB. I also think that within the report, it talks of the drainage and how their adjoining fields will be used, and that there is a legal thing saying that adjoining fields can be used, but so far no evidence has been presented to show that that is the case, unless perhaps the owner of the field that's for sale, I don't know, maybe they can be persuaded, who knows. So we make up rules and core strategies to say how we should develop sites like this. We create institutions like the AONB who tell us not to do it, but it appears we are happy to take no notice and do it anyway, arguing that it's actually in our own interests to concrete over the areas we told ourselves must be conserved. Thanks, Chair. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilding. We now go to the debate proper, and first on the list of speakers, Councillor Johnson. If you recall 3 minutes for any comments, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to Councillor Wilding for a very eloquent presentation. I find myself in agreement with his general sentiments, principally for a couple of reasons. I note that a previous application for a two-bed bungalow there was refused because it was deemed not to be close enough to the rest of the hamlet or collection of houses, etc. And to me, it seems just another example of the very difficult position in which officers find themselves. I sometimes think that the recommendation on a particular case depends very much on which officer actually gets the case put on his desk, his or her desk. One officer says, no, the development's too far away. Another officer says, no, it's near enough to be included. And this merely points up to the extent to which subjective views sit very strongly at the heart of many reports. This is not a criticism of officers, it's a statement of the necessarily obvious and the difficult positions that they're in. But given that and the fact that, the suggestion that bicycle sheds would encourage people to cycle up all that distance up and downhill, I think frankly is ludicrous. I suggest that this, I would listen to other councillors first, but at present I am minded to vote to refuse this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Mill, and then followed by Councillor Shaw.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask a question of the officers, possibly of Dawn Evans, actually. It's one of these questions that sounds rather stupid and probably is. Definition of brownfield. We've the assumption has been made that this is brownfield land, and my question is: are we identifying it as such on the basis of its history as a quarry, or its basis of its history as a commercial plant nursery? And in asking this question, I'm mindful that that quite recently Northamptonshire Corby District Council got itself into difficulties over an ironstone mine which had been restored, had naturalised, and they were unable to claim that this was a quarry. This quarry site is effectively an archaeological site. It was on the first edition Ordnance Survey map 1887, it was already regarded as an old quarry. So it is very distantly a quarry. And in respect of it being a commercial plant nursery, last year the planning inspector found an appeal in respect of an application for housing in Staffordshire, Caversall Farm, against the claim that it was brownfield, and rejected the appellant. So, can you clarify that, please? Is it truly brownfield or not?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Milne. Mrs. Evans, please.
Chair, I think that's one better for the officer who obviously knows the history well of the site to be able to inform. If I could refer to either Heather or Simon, please.
Okay, certainly, thank you. Heather or Simon?
Thank you, Chair. I'll make a first comment, if I may, and then if Mr. Withers would like to add sort of supplement, he's welcome to do so. I mean, in terms of the question regarding whether or not it's brownfield, officers have, in terms of taken the viewpoint and acknowledge that the site isn't within the brownfield register. However, this is not sort of deemed to be a defining factor. The application site is non-agricultural. It's on a existing well-established nursery site where there are existing sort of buildings, hard-standing polytunnels, and we are using, in terms of the definition of previously developed land as defined by the NPPF 2019. Also, again, in terms of the business that's been run from the site, the current business, again, it's been clarified that it's not agricultural in terms of the landscape design business and the retail element. So we are comfortable in terms of our definition is it falls within the brownfield definition. And as I say, answering Councillor Milne's question, we are going back to its existing use as in terms of the horticultural plant nursery. I don't know if Simon would like to add anything further to that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Withers?
Just really to corroborate that point, I think Councillor Milne's specific question was answered. We're not looking back into the history of the site as a former quarry. So far as that consideration is concerned, we're looking very specifically at the evolved business that's operated from the site for many years, which has obviously been clarified in terms of the nature of that use, and in that regard, officers are satisfied that the site meets the definition of previously developed land as so far as the NPPF is concerned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Withers. Councillor Milne, did you want to come back on that, or are you content with
I'm happy with that expression of view. Yes, I mean that is for members to make a judgment, isn't it, when they come to vote as to whether they agree with that view or not.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I now move to Councillor Shaw, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Milne may be content with the view. I'm afraid I'm not. My understanding of horticultural activity, and this site is used as a horticultural nursery, is that horticulture falls under agriculture as a subset in town and country planning terms. And as we know, agriculture and forestry are exempt from provision of providing a brownfield site. So I'm not convinced that this is a brownfield site at all. I think it would probably require some legal advice as to whether in terms of horticultural nursery, whether this was agriculture or not. I did look at the valuation office for this site. The only item subject to business rates is a small mobile 125 square meter office. So the land is not being subject to business rates, which would tend to indicate, to me at least, that it's agricultural land, albeit termed as a horticultural nursery. That being one point, I also am conscious that it is for the authority to determine whether this is a minor or major application in respect of the site itself. The only I did pick up the point from the CPRE that some of these houses are quite large, and in fact, thank you to Heather for confirming the size of some of these properties exceeds quite considerably the normal size for average size for a 4-bedroomed property in the UK. In fact, the site of the development is well over 1,300 square meters of building space. Now, the Town and Country Planning Act talks about major development, not in the same terms as the officers have to, or the authority has to make a decision in this case, but it is an interesting corollary that a major development is cited as being the provision of building or buildings where the floor space to be created by the development is 1,000 square meters or more. That and the fact that it's such a large number of properties within the area of the wider village would sway me to think that we perhaps should have considered it as a major development and not as a minor development, and that to do otherwise perhaps is not right. So I'm concerned by that.
You've taken your
3 minutes, right? So I'll sum up then. At the moment, I'm minded to refuse the application. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Shaw. I don't know whether Mrs. Evans wants to come back on the Brownfield site comments that Councillor Shaw made.
I can do, Chair. Thank you. What we're looking at is a site that has obviously an existing use. That is the planning unit. The use is obviously for horticultural, for the landscape business that they've had there. They've obviously got a number of buildings. That, as far as I'm aware, has not actually ever had planning permission for that particular use. And over the years, that use has extended and has moved to retail. They've got others there. So what we're talking about is the site as a sui generis use, which basically means that it doesn't fall within any particular use class category. So therefore, it's a sewage. That is the what has been considered by the officers. It's a sui generis use, and as such, they have thought, they have said that it's a brownfield site. It doesn't have to be on the brownfield register to be considered that way. As far as subject to business rates, Chair, I don't know the answer to that one. As I say, it's something that's been just brought up now. But at the end of the day, the officers have gone into the history of what the site is. Obviously, it was originally, it was a quarry. They've obviously now said what it is, and obviously the fact there was no planning permission. So it's a general use. It's sui generis, doesn't fall with any use class order, and as such, they believe that it's a brownfield site. That's the best I can do for offering advice at this point in time.
Thank you, Mrs. Evans. We move on then to Councillor Rowan, please.
Thank you, Chair. As I've always said, site meetings and site visits are an excellent way of gauging everything. We always use this word sustainability, and for me, yesterday and standing there, I always ask the speed limit, are there any buses, where's the closest place I can go for a pint, where's the quickest route and quickest place I can go and buy a loaf of bread, a pint of milk and a paper. The other things that come to mind, where's the closest place of worship, and where's the closest place that you can have a parent and toddler meeting. On all those occasions yesterday, you would have to get in your car and drive down the hill or drive a good distance. That site is not sustainable. We have to remember now, 18 months ago, 2 years ago, we declared a climate emergency. And part of that is to stop people using cars as much as possible. The only way you would be able to leave that site safely at any time of year, especially the time of year we're going into now, would be in a personal mode of transport like a car. And heaven forbid, coming back up that hill on a push bike. I think it would be for one of the boys dressed up ready for the Tour de France or the Tour of West of England. For me, I will. Councillor Shaw's words were compelling, as were Councillor Wilding's, and for me, I will wait and see what the rest of my colleagues say, but I will be going against recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Rowan. Councillor Fagan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think my colleague has actually said quite a lot of what I feel about this application, and the planning officer herself pointed out the tension within policy. I mean, she mentioned LD1. I can see tension within quite a few policies actually that within this application. I think for me this sort of one of the concerns is that this is an urban style development in a landscape with a character that's described as forest small holdings and dwellings, and right at the entry point to the AONB. And I think that sets a really, really bad precedent if we actually agree to this application, because the AONB is designated as an area that we need to protect, and we need to do everything that we can to protect it from development that is not sustainable. The world has changed quite a lot since our core strategy was adopted in 2015, and we have to acknowledge those changes. I think breaking up the existing tree belt, and I acknowledge that the applicant has put in a good landscaping plan, but we are in effect, if we agree this, punching holes into existing hedgerow, and also breaking up the existing tree belt to provide trees for isolated properties. And in an AONB, I don't feel that we should be doing that. This is, I think that this development is too intensive. While Walford Parish Council hasn't actually reached its proportionate growth, Howell Hill has. And I think that we cannot just allow more and more growth on this very vulnerable settlement. So I propose that we refuse this application. I think it's contrary to paragraph 172 of the NPPF. It's certainly contrary to the Wye Valley AONB's management plans, D2 and D3. And, you know, if this does fall into RA2, it doesn't reflect the size, role and function of that settlement. Potentially this area is RA3. So I think that there, and also that we're, in terms of LD1, which the planning officer acknowledged, it's contrary to that, and LD2. I suggest that we.
I'm afraid you're breaking up, Councillor Fagan.
Sorry, Chair, can you hear me now?
We can, yes, thank you.
Okay. So I'm not sure at which point I broke up, but I feel that we should refuse this application, and I feel that there are policies that we can, that would support that refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Fagan. Have we a seconder for that proposal for refusal, please? Councillor Shaw. I see Councillor Shaw's hand go up first. And now move on to Councillor Polly Andrews, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think nearly all the points I was going to make have been made. I will simply say the site visit clearly showed how unsustainable this site is, and I would say I don't realise this is a subject.
Councillor Andrews, you're back on mute.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Right. I really think this application should be refused.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. I did see Councillor Selden's hand up earlier, but it's been put down. Did you still want to speak?
Most of my points have been made, Chairman. Thank you. But just if I may add, one of the reasons for refusal, if that's the way the committee is minded to go, is the impact on the area of outstanding natural beauty, whether or not it's a major development or not. And I think that's again a subjective one. It would be as one of the main reasons for refusal, its impact on the AONB.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Selden. I've got no other members actually looking to speak. If not, can I ask Mr. Withers to make any comments, please, before I go back to the ward councillor?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, councillors. Yes, I've obviously picked up on the proposal there. I think before I perhaps comment further, I think one of the key issues that hasn't necessarily been fully addressed either through the debate or the motion there was whether or not the committee consider this site to be adjacent to the settlement boundary or in open countryside. I understand and appreciate that there are views regarding the acceptability of the scale and the layout of the development in terms of its impact on the AONB, and linked to that really the scale of the development in terms of whether or not it would be regarded as a proportionate form of development at Howell Hill. That those points I can fully understand and relate to policy. You know, in that regard, you know, taking forward the point that was made by Councillor Fagan, you know, we can rely on policy RA2 as well as policy LD1 and the MPPF and the Wye Valley management plan in that regard. But I think it's critical, as far as any decision is concerned, that we do define whether or not we consider this site to be in the open countryside or one that is, you know, can be regarded as adjacent to the settlement of Howell Hill. And just before I mute myself, you know, reference has been made to the precedent regarding the site at Little Howell Farm. My view is that is a more peripheral location than this. You know, reference was made in the presentation to 4 dwellings that were approved, you know, immediately adjacent to this site, sort of south of the Crossways properties at the crossroads. So there, the judgment was that site at least was reasonably adjacent to the settlement of Howell Hill. So, you know, I accept that, you know, there is a personal view that can be taken in that regard, but relying on the precedent of one decision, I believe is not a good way of approaching that particular point. But it is a matter that members will have to consider in terms of whether or not we include policy RA3 in a reason for refusal, if that's the way things go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Withers. Mrs. Evans, did you want to add anything at this stage?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Right, we've got it tabled for refusal contrary. As Mr. Withers has stated, we obviously need the reasons for that refusal. So if Councillor Fagan could be minded to consider that. I'm going to go back to the ward councillor first, and then obviously those reasons for refusal will need to be stated before we actually go to the vote. So over to Councillor Wilding to sum up the debate first, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you everyone for an interesting and lively comment and debate. So this development, I believe, is in breach of the core strategy policies RA2, RA3 and SS2 It is in open countryside and it is not a sustainable location. We've had reference many times to the previous application at Little Howell Hill. It is only 30 or 40 yards away from that crossroad, so it's very close to where this location is. We've also had reference to those 4 as yet unbuilt houses on the other side of the road, which would be affordable houses on a much lower scale, and that's just a bit of open field. It doesn't have loads of trees and a tree belt going through it, and it's not in the AONB. I believe this application is in breach of the NPPF core strategy policies SS1, SS6, SS7 and E4, and the Wye Valley AONB Management Plan 2025. They want us to, urging us to refuse it. It contravenes the protected status of the AONB. It is a major development and doesn't preserve local distinctiveness. And as such, when you take all these things as a whole, it does not support the local economy. There's no details of foul water treatment that have been presented, which is a material consideration. The development goes against the core strategy policies LD2 and LD3. Finally, Walford Parish Council site assessment does say there's plenty of other sites that could be used, that would be served by local infrastructure and by public transport. So let me be clear, if you approve this application, you will not only be ignoring your own core strategy and the NPPF, you will not only destroy local natural habitats, but you will be opening the door for further development on the adjacent field. It is vital, therefore, that you refuse this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilding. So I move back across to Councillor Fagan to actually state the reasons for the proposal for refusal of this application, please.
Okay, Chair, so I suggest that we refuse it because of its impact on the AONB, that the application site is not within or adjacent to the identified settlement of Howell Hill, and as such the application is contrary to policies 172 of the NPPF and the Wye Valley AONB Management Plan objectives D2 and D3. It is contrary to RA2 of the core strategy and SS1 and SS6 of the core strategy, as well as LD1 and LD2.
Thank you, Councillor Fagan. Mrs. Evans, are we satisfied? And Mr. Withers, are we satisfied with those reasons put forward?
From my perspective, I'd pass over to Mr. Withers just for clarification. Obviously, we have talked about paragraphs 172. There has been mention about obviously LD1 and RA2. I'll bow to Mr. Withers on the other policies.
Hey, Mr. Withers.
I'm still not entirely sure that the recommendation that's being put forward is treating the site as within open countryside, which is where policy RA3 comes in. Councillor Fagan mentioned that she didn't feel that it was within or adjacent to the built form of Howell Hill, and if that is the ultimately what is considered to be the judgment on that, then RA3 comes in as a policy requirement, which is obviously the one that restricts development to anything other than an exceptional circumstance. My only other point is really a concern, I suppose, in the context of the reservations expressed about the biodiversity impact of the development. I think if we're linking that very specifically to the loss of hedgerow, that's associated with the formation of the access and the provision of the development for the semi-detached houses on the edge of the site, then I can understand that localized impact. But in the absence of an objection from our ecologists, when you look at the totality of this proposal and the mitigation and other landscaping that's proposed, I'm not saying the committee can't go down that route, but I believe it's a point on which we would be struggling to defend an appeal on.
Okay, so can you clarify then the points that Councillor Fagan mentioned that will or are acceptable to officers?
Sure. Yes. Thank you, Chairman. Yes. I mean, I think that the judgment around the site's relationship with the built form of the village is one that the committee is perfectly entitled to come to, and that goes to policies RA2 and RA3. Similarly, the issues in relation to the scale of the development and its impact on the area of outstanding natural beauty certainly brings into play policies SS6 and LD1 of the core strategy, as well as the relevant elements of the MPPF and the Wye Valley management plan. I think, is it the case that this is an issue in terms of the sustainability? Is this an issue about the scale of the development that's being proposed? Is it the fact that it's 8 houses being located in what is regarded as an unsustainable site, or is it simply that the site is not sustainable? I think that's a point that I think needs to be clarified before I'm comfortable, if you like, advising the committee that policy SS1 is applicable.
Okay, Councillor Fagan, please.
Yes, Chair, I would say that if we add to the reasons for refusal the fact that due to the lack of services and availability of services, which include transport, that is SS1. So if we add to the argument that it is the site is unsustainable due to the lack of access to services, and potentially if we take out LD2, but if we add in RA3, because if this is considered open countryside, then the application does not meet the required criteria of RA3.
Mr. Withers, yeah.
I'm more comfortable with that proposition, obviously with the caveat that officers have spent a great deal of time negotiating a scheme that was considered to be appropriate and in accordance with policy, and would obviously see a development of a site that is not necessarily one that's consistent with development around about, but in terms of those policies and that rationale, yes, I can acknowledge those and I think formulate reason for refusal on that basis. Thank you.
Fine, thank you. Are we comfortable with those reasons for refusal then? And we can go into the vote. Mrs. Evans?
Yes, Chair.
Lovely, thank you. Right, I can confirm that there are 13 members eligible to vote. Are there any members that are in attendance that lost signal or didn't hear any part of the presentation or debate that feel that they are not in a position to vote? Everybody seems happy that they're able to. So, Jen, there are 13 eligible members to vote. The motion on the table is for refusal of this planning application for the reasons given. Can I ask you to do the poll now, please? You will be actually voting for refusal, against refusal, or abstaining.
We're
All
just
members-
outstanding. There we go. All votes are in now, Chair.
Okay,
So 12 have voted for those recommendations and 1 has abstained.
okay, so the vote is 12 for refusal of this application and 1 abstention. So that application has failed and has been refused. Thank you all for that. We are now going to have a 10-minute adjournment. It's 10 past 12, so if everybody could be promptly back at 20. Showing on my screen that it's live streaming, but I haven't had the verbal. Okay, thank you. We are now live, so welcome back after the adjournment, members. Before we move to item 7 on the agenda, can I ask that Councillor Fagan is put in the waiting room? She is the ward councillor for this area, but we have Councillor Bartlett, who is acting as the proxy ward councillor for item 7 on the agenda. Okay, thank you. Can I also request now that the public speaker for agenda item 7, attending as a virtual attendee, Ms. Shaw, is admitted to the meeting, please. Good afternoon, Ms. Shaw. Welcome to this meeting. Are you able to hear? Okay. You can unmute yourself, bottom left of the screen. Are you able to hear?
Yes, I am. I can hear and see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You've got your YouTube going on in the background. It might be useful if you switch that off while you're actually in attendance. Right. Item 7 on the agenda then, a second application today, number 192979, land at Tump Lane, Much Birch, Hereford. The application for approval of reserved matters following outline approval 130945 for appearance, landscaping, layout and scale for the erection of 20 dwellings and associated community building and associated works. Heather Carlisle, Planning Officer, will be making the presentation on this application. Councillor Fagan is the ward councillor for this area. She has declared an interest, and we have Councillor Bartlett, who is the proxy acting as ward councillor for this application. Right, without further ado then, I think we'll go straight into the presentation. So Ms. Carlisle, in your own time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members of this committee. I'm just waiting for the committee presentation to load. Sorry, I can't. Are you able to see the presentation?
We are able to see.
Thank you. As a procedural matter, and this was included on the update sheet issued yesterday, and an additional letter of representation has been received since the agenda went to print. Also, an additional condition has been added to secure details if members are minded to grant the application for contractors parking, And finally, as a point of clarity, the application site as a whole has 45 car parking spaces. It is referenced in paragraph 6.2 of the report the site has 29 spaces. However, please note there are an additional 16 spaces provided to the southeast of the site, making a total of 45. Also, to clarify, this has not altered the recommendation within the committee report being discussed this morning. The application site is identified in the usual manner by the red star. The recommendation in front of members this morning is for an approval for a reserved matters application in Tump Lane, which is located between Wormlow and Much Birch. Your officers have worked with the client and their agent to address a number of concerns regarding the layout, appearance and scale of the proposal before bringing this application in front of you today. This reserved matters application has been redirected to the Planning Committee by the proxy councillor, Councillor Bartlett, due to the number of representation received during the application determination process. Next slide, please. This slide shows the extent of the application site as outlined in red. The site covers an area of approximately 1.44 hectares and is currently used for agricultural purposes, with some small scale agricultural buildings located in the northeast corner. The site does not have any statutory or non-statutory designations in regard to landscape, and it is not located within a conservation area. As you can see, this site is bounded by residential properties to the eastern boundary. The site shows the context and relationship of the site to the neighbouring properties, as well as the villages of Much Birch, Wormlow and further afield to Much Dewchurch, as well as nearby road junctions. The site is a roughly rectangular piece of land, and what this slide does not show is, but is important to comprehend, is the site does slope upwards from Wormlow towards Much Birch. The slide also shows the connectivity to the A49 to the north and the A466 to the south. This site does benefit from an outline planning permission for residential development comprising of up to 20 dwellings, including 10 affordable dwellings with associated new access and car parking arrangements for both the existing and proposed dwellings, and a community facility. This outline application was allowed by the Planning Inspectorate back in 2018, and as such, the principle of the development is not in question or being revisited today. The matters which were reserved under the outline permission are to be assessed. For the avoidance of doubt, these are appearance, layout, landscaping and scale. Matters relating to the access were dealt with at the outline stage and the subsequent appeal decision. And again, I reiterate, are not to be revisited within this application. Next slide, please. Landscape and layout are both reserved matters under consideration, and this slide displays both the submitted layout and the landscaping plan showing the proposed landscaping features. The site is enclosed on key boundaries, and additional planting and screening is being proposed along the eastern edge, closer to the properties located within the adjacent development. The scheme also provides fruit tree planting and general planting, and the level of proposed hard standing proposed is not considered to be excessive and is appropriate for the scale of the dwellings. As such, officers are of the view that the proposed landscaping is acceptable. It can also be seen on the proposed slide. There is a large amount of green space on site, and the proposal will also increase the existing play area. Within this play area, new play equipment will be provided, and this was secured under the outline application and detailed within the Section 106 agreement attached to that outline application. The proposed layout plan clearly shows the siting of the access, the common room, open space, car parking and studs feature. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed common house, common room. Members should note that this is not a community facility per se, but is a building to be used by residents of the development. This building will provide a dining area and kitchen for use by those residents. These shared facilities allow the individual dwellings to be slightly smaller than usual and will help forge good community values within the site. This common house has been redesigned to be single-storey in height and is now positioned within the site, so it is visible from the site entrance and play area. The building's design has been considerably reduced in scale and mass, and its design has been significantly altered to alleviate initial concerns from your officers. Next slide, please. Appearance is a reserved matter under consideration. The design of both the dwelling houses and the common house have been designed to maintain local distinctiveness through detailing and materials, respecting scale, height, and as well as safeguarding the amenity of existing and proposed residents in terms of overlooking, overshadowing, and overbearing. The material and design have evolved during the application period, and it can be seen from the slide will have a mixture of rendered walls with lime render, timber cladding, and red brick details, helping to ensure the development will create a sense of place. Next slide, please. This slide demonstrates the topography across the site and shows that the proposed terraces are angled to create variety along the street scene, as well as having such features such as external steps to upper floor flats, which help to form features at the end of the terraces. The terraces will need to be stepped slightly due to the topography. As it noted, the site slopes to the southwest and the houses are being positioned so they should roughly align with this and should take advantage of solar gain. The development contains two-storey dwellings in the form of semi-detached and terraced arrangements, which have been located sensitively in relation to the existing topography and street pattern. Next slide, please. This slide shows further examples of the existing housing adjacent to the site and how some of these properties have been altered with render and timber-clad extensions over time. The proposed dwellings will reflect existing neighbouring properties and Herefordshire vernacular. It is also apparent the proposal will displace existing residents' cars that park informally outside the existing garages near the entrance to the proposed site. The parking spaces within the area are proposed for use for both the existing residents in the area and the new dwellings. As mentioned previously, the site is providing a total of 45 car parking spaces. Next slide, please. The blue dot shown on the slide is the house depicted within the slides, and it can be seen from the plan there are further properties located on an existing boundary to the site. The scale of the proposed dwellings are not considered to be such that they would be prejudicial to the occupiers of the neighbouring dwellings by way of overlooking, overshadowing, or through their overbearing appearance. It is acknowledged a number of neighbours have raised concern regarding possible overlooking and loss of outlook and amenity, in particular these residents along this boundary. The site plan and the layout has been revised during the application process to alleviate these concerns, and this plan clearly demonstrates the layout would have no amenity issues. Also, windows and fenestration have been removed from the side elevations of the dwellings, which are the proposed dwellings which abut this property. Next slide, please. Scale is a reserved matter under consideration. Scale relates to the height, width and length of each building proposed within a development in relation to its surroundings. This slide demonstrates how the site is viewed from Much Dewchurch Road and how the proposed development will fit in. The two-storey and single-storey units will respect the scale, height, proportion and massing of the surrounding development to ensure that the landscape character of the area has been positively influenced with the scheme. Officers are satisfied that scale of the development with regards to massing and proportions of the development themselves is acceptable. Also, the mix of housing is acceptable with a combination of 1 to 4 bedroom properties. Next slide, please. This slide just adds to the context of the site by showing further shots of the area, showing the existing boundaries to the south and the existing landscape buffer, as well as depicting the agricultural shed and slight gradient of the site. Next slide, please. These photos show the boundary treatments of the site and the area of hard landscaping where the existing car park is on the site. As detailed within the committee report, local residents have raised a number of concerns regarding the proposal. In respect of highway matters, as advised, the access has already been agreed under the outline application and the subsequent appeal decision. It is noted there is a lot of concerns in respect to the provision of the pedestrian link, which was secured under the outline application. This is not under consideration within this reserved matters application, as it is covered under condition 5 of the outline, and this is to be secured under section 278 works with the local highway authority. In respect to observations regarding ecology, it is noted that a condition is attached to the outline, which will need to be formally discharged and satisfy Natural England and the HRA. The parking provision is acknowledged to be acceptable for the site, and a travel plan is also required as part of the outline consent. And this will be reviewed and discharged under the discharge of condition 13 of that application. The site has significant challenges due to its topography. In terms of design and layout of the site, the layout now responds appropriately to the area, providing access and legibility. Dwellings have been repositioned away from the boundaries to the eastern, and as reiterated previously, fenestration removed from side elevations, again to protect amenity. Next slide, please. In conclusion, and to sum up, your office has acknowledged there are concerns raised by neighbours, and as set out in the report, this application is for the reserved matters following the grant of outline permission at appeal. This application again relates solely to the matters relating to the appearance, landscaping, layout and scale. The scheme provides the necessary detail in respect to the matters reserved for future consideration by the outline approval. It is of an appropriate scale in terms of the amount of development proposed and also in the terms of the type and mix of dwellings. The appearance of the dwellings and the common house are found to be in keeping with the surrounding built environment and have taken reference from the surrounding vicinity. Taking all of the above into account, it is considered that the layout is acceptable in terms of its context, open space provision, the relationship with existing residents, and also within the site to provide good amenity for future residents. The proposed layout ensures that residential amenity is safeguarded and the proposed landscape features are considered appropriate as well as responsive to the site and the wider setting. Finally, as a point of clarity, matters in regard to the pedestrian link along Tump Lane, details of the affordable housing, travel plan and ecology are all covered by conditions attached to the outline approval and subsequently would need to be formally discharged by the way of a further application to the local planning authority, or details submitted to comply with the requirements of the Section 1 legal agreement, again linked to the outline approval. These matters are not under consideration with this reserved matters application. Accordingly, having regard to all of the above, this application is recommended for approval along with the conditions proposed. Thank you, Chair. This brings me to the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Carl. Right. We move to public speakers now. We have one written statement that Mr. Brown will read out and explain to members before he starts. So if I can ask Mr. Brown to read that written statement, please, first.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Before I begin, I need to apologise for some confusion that has arisen over registration of someone to speak in objection to the application. That has now been resolved, and the following is a written statement in objection from Mrs. Rolfe, a local resident. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. It is disappointing that the officer report and all of the supporting documentation are full of inconsistencies and contradictions. 3 minutes today only allows me to give a few examples. A residential development comprising up to 20 dwellings, misleading. It is a co-housing development, a closed community which comes at a membership cost. The appeal was dealt with on the basis that a footway could be provided on Tump Lane within the public highway, misleading. Some of the land is in private ownership and the relevant landowners refused to relinquish their land to facilitate a large housing development unacceptable to the existing community. Highways issues remain. Outline condition 10 cannot be met and therefore work on this site should not commence at all. Highways England commented in June 2020 that they had not been consulted on what they perceived to be a potentially substandard arrangement at the junction of Tump Lane and the A49. Homes from local people, misleading. Larkrise stated at a public meeting that all 20 properties have already been allocated, despite signing a unilateral undertaking in 2018, clearly stating they would be open market dwellings. I would ask how many of these potential residents were local at the time that their new home was allocated to them as members of the closed community. The initial proposal for just 14 car spaces on the new site has been proved unrealistic through this consultation, and we now face an additional 29 car parking spaces discharging a high level of traffic past existing houses and onto a dangerous Tump Lane, whilst garages and car parking are being removed from existing residents. The prospect of 2 years of building work with associated loss of safe play area for our children, noise and air pollution, and a constant stream of heavy construction traffic using Tump Lane and the existing access road will have an enormous impact on the safety and mental health of all those living nearby. The proposal does not reflect that which the planning inspector allowed on appeal. It does not respond to the needs of the existing community or the objectives of the core strategy in providing a range of housing units for the open market, which includes bungalow accommodation for the elderly. The NDP is due for examination this week, and we believe this development does not accord with the overall objectives and is being rushed through before the decision on the NDP can impact on it. This development goes against all these objectives and will create a growing divide within the community. The proposed layout and design of the scheme will have an adverse effect on existing residents, the character of the landscape, and has not satisfactorily addressed the issues surrounding highway safety. We hope that you can support the existing residents in refusing the application and that the applicant can consider an alternative location or scheme which is inclusive to all and reflective of the needs of the existing community. That concludes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown, and thank you very much for the apology to Mrs. Rolfe with regards to that. I now move to Ms. Shaw, the applicant, to speak obviously for this application. You have 3 minutes in your own time, please. Thank you.
Councillors, much has changed in the world since the inception of this development, and yet the structure and ethos of Larkrise has become more relevant and we believe more urgent. We note that Herefordshire Council is committed to becoming carbon neutral by 2030, an aim that Larkrise fully supports and aspires to. We have taken care to fulfil the criteria that offers a neighbourhood of community, i.e. clusters of homes orientated and landscaped, to offer the choice of ready meeting places via pedestrian walkways, enabling safe spaces throughout for children to play. At the same time, we have listened to local residents' comments regarding both the sight lines to the countryside beyond and potential overlook from Larkrise properties to the existing estate, making changes to our design to facilitate both these requests. We wish to be clear from the outset that whilst Larkrise is a co-housing community project, our relationship with the neighbourhood is an important and inclusive one. For example, initiating a community-led project, creating a place of recreation, extending and equipping the existing play area, which has just 2 swings. The mixed tenure development provides approximately 17.5% over and above the currently required provision of affordable houses and flats. All dwellings will be built to exceed current ecological standards. Sustainable construction with high levels of insulation will create a low carbon footprint and low fuel bills for all residents. We have also taken into consideration the village look that our houses offer as an extension of the existing estate. The balance of dwellings to land has been key from the outset of the design. Cultivation of fruit and vegetables plus areas of recreation that create a landscape of beauty enjoyed by residents, neighbours and visitors is a priority. In these uncertain times, growing our own food as an extended community offers many benefits. Our transport policy is committed to reducing car use, in time establishing an electric car and bike club open to the wider community. 2 car charging stations will be available. Close access to 2 regular bus routes will additionally reduce our environmental impact. The Common House will have a kitchen and multi-purpose dining and meeting space. I reiterate that the case officer recommends approval, and we therefore invite the Council to view the application as the opportunity to join the countrywide movement, providing carbon neutral housing for all, and to establish a flagship project for Herefordshire.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shaw. Can I now request that Ms. Shaw leaves the meeting by being put back in the waiting room? But I will remind you that you can watch the live stream of this meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. Thank you very much, Ms. Shaw, and good day to you. Right, we now move across to Ward member. As previously stated, Councillor Fagan actually was conflicted out from this, so We have proxy ward councillor, Councillor Bartlett, and she will have the opportunity to open and close the debate. So in your own time, please, Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I am acting as proxy ward member for Councillor Fagan. So for transparency in this matter, I am pleased that this has come back to committee because, as you've heard, there are quite a number of objections. And I am aware that this application does have a planning history and has also been through the appeal process. So the significant number of objections to this application are both historic and newly updated. I have here concentrated on the comments that are relevant to planning considerations and those that can be addressed here. So I'm not concentrating on the wider comments of whether planning should have been granted for this site or not. As you've heard, this is a reserved matters application. Planning has already been granted by the appeal. So this application is specifically and only for appearance, landscaping, layout and scale in order to satisfy conditions 1 and 2 that are contained in the appeal decision document at Appendix 1. So Much Birch Parish Council have been consulted on 2 occasions this year, and they both replied that they have, on both occasions, have replied that they have no objections and they have no further comments. And the Much Birch Neighbourhood Plan has reached Regulation 16 plan stage and is with the inspector awaiting his report. So it does actually still carry some weight in this deliberation. And this site is listed in policy MB9, housing site allocations. So my submission is confined to whether the reserved planning application you see before you today satisfies condition 1 and 2 of the inspector's report, can address the most significant objections and meet the requirements of the Herefordshire Core Plan and associated policies. Having noted the number of concerns about construction and contractor traffic and parking during the building phase, that whilst the inspector's report deals with site working hours and wheel cleaning to prevent mud being tracked onto the road, it didn't deal with the site construction phase parking. That is quite a concern. Therefore, I have proposed that this be addressed by a suitably worded condition to be added should this application be approved. And this wording is in the schedule of updates attached to the agenda pack. The appearance, landscaping and layout have been quite significantly altered this year to address a number of outstanding issues that have been raised by statutory consultees and officers. A number of key changes have also been made to directly address the most significant concerns raised by the local residents. And I accept that the existing houses will no longer enjoy open views across the countryside if this development goes ahead, but it is difficult to attach any weight to the right of a view over common land. So I would ask committee to therefore consider if enough has been done to mitigate against the loss of an uninterrupted view. One of the main fears has been that the new buildings will be directly overlooking the existing properties on Tump Lane. Particularly these are number 8, 15, 18, 30 and 32. To mitigate this, the revised layout leaves much more space between the side boundary and the existing house plots. And this will also address the need for a way leave at this point for an existing sewer. And then to further help, the landscape plan also seeks to address the impact through planting new hedges and planting heritage orchard trees within the site. As you've heard, none of the new houses on the eastern side of this plot will have windows on the side elevations facing the houses on Trump Lane. Also, the alignment of the new buildings with the existing buildings will further significantly minimise any direct overlooking of properties in either direction. To address the concerns about the communal room, as you've heard, the size and the impact of the facility has been considerably reduced, and it now sits more sensibly within the site layout. To allay further fears, clarification has been given. It will not be in competition with Much Birch community rooms, nor will it be used for commercial purposes. So the communal housing model being proposed is not unusual, and both the core strategy and the Much Birch neighbourhood plan encourage a range of housing options to be available. This is not a new model and has been shown to work well within this county already, as well as much further afield. Whilst there have been many questions and concerns raised about this community housing site, the merits or otherwise of communal housing is not what is being considered here today. And as with any new development now, regardless of tenure, management plans need to be in place for open spaces and shared services. These have been submitted and they have been accepted by relevant officers, and they are listed within the officer's report. And travel plan, drainage information, design and access, landscape management, to name a few. Redistribution of the parking spaces throughout the site is now a lot more functional, and I would draw committee's attention to the provision of the 16 parking spaces at the entrance to the site to replace the demolished garages. These parking spaces will be available for the residents of the wider community as well, who may have been displaced. So these are not particularly additional parking spaces, huge amount of new parking spaces. These are replacement parking spaces. And the travel plan itself that for the site does seek to decrease its own parking movements. So the proposed house types now are of a much more traditional build, as we have heard, and their appearance will not be out of place when compared with the houses in the surrounding area. And these houses are designed to make use of passive design facilities. They're really good design. The houses are orientated to make the most of the solar gain, and the windows will be triple glazed. And so that the southern windows will be bigger and the northern windows will be smaller. Each of these houses will have an air source heat pump, which will meet climate change requirements now. And so the houses will be well built, they'll be low energy use, and they will be low carbon houses. Therefore, they do meet and exceed the requirements of good design, and they certainly meet the intention of the core strategy to encourage sustainable development as laid out in the local core planning strategies in the report. The houses will also provide 10 affordable houses and a new play area for everybody, both on site and in the surrounding community. The landscaping and management plan are well thought out, and I do believe that they meet the environmental objectives and that they will help to improve biodiversity overall within and around the site. So both of these are stated aims of the design and access statement for this development. So on balance, and taking into account the changes to address concerns of the residents, I believe that this scheme has now satisfied conditions 1 and 2 of the appeal decision for appearance, landscaping, layout and scale. And these are all that we're being asked to consider today. Conditions 1 and 2 of the appeal decision for appearance, landscaping, layout and scale. Overall, the new layout of the site, with the addition of the on-site footway, creates a much more sensible and much safer proposal. They have listened to and they have taken on board residents' concerns, and they have made significant changes to make sure that they impact on other residents as little as possible. And whilst I accept that there is still strong feeling about this site, I would hope that the new development will integrate with the existing houses and become an integral part of the surrounding community. To quote from the design and access statement, we at Lark-Rise have given long consideration to the balance of land for cultivation and recreation and the number and location of dwellings, growing fruit and vegetables and establishing a landscape of beauty that is enjoyed by residents, it's enjoyed by neighbours and visitors, and that is their priority. So I hope that you'll view this sympathetically, and it is now for the committee to decide whether they have done enough to satisfy the concerns and provide the level of design required to meet the planning requirements, as I certainly think that they have. And I look forward to the committee's deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. We now move into the debate proper, and I'm looking for the first speaker. And nobody has raised their hand yet. Who's going to bite the bullet? Councillor Wilding.
Thanks, Chair. This looks like a really well-designed development to me. Many things that are included, which I'd like to see in other developments. And I believe that applications that have recently failed could learn how to make their housing schemes more appealing to this committee and the local community. We need more developments like this that provide affordable homes, better provision for those who live in them. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wilding. Councillor Milne, please.
The case for this scheme, as it seems to me, have been extremely well articulated, and I'm absolutely persuaded that this is a course of direction that we need to be encouraging in Herefordshire in terms of our design and layout and the access to housing. I particularly appreciate that the travel plan, to enable the travel plan, the design minimises, for example, the amount of hard surfacing, which clearly also has a beneficial impact on the way surface water is treated, so that it sort of minimises the localised flooding and those sort of issues we so frequently see with more conventional applications, which depend on large areas of hard surfacing to give access to motor vehicles. And to the idea that we're designing in a way that encourages future residents not to think that the motor vehicle is the default transport of choice, by making the provision communal in terms of parking and potentially through a car scheme, I gather is suggested, is exactly what we should be encouraging. And I feel that the applicants have made every effort to design this so that it does meet our climate objectives, very high levels of solar gain through the south-facing nature of the development. The landscaping is good. They're good, unassuming, but nicely proportioned houses in themselves. I think the design of them fits in well with the existing development, and so I shall be supporting this application. Thank you, Chair.
Is that a proposal, Councillor Milne?
Yes, indeed. That is a proposal to go with the officer's recommendation to approve.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Wilding. So we move on to Councillor Selden, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was about to propose acceptance of this scheme. Like some here, we remember this in its original form. I'm pleased it's come back, and I move we put it to the vote.
Well, I've got three further hands up at the moment, so I will take those first, please. So I'm going to move on to Councillor Polly Andrews first, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I was merely going to move the recommendation when it's been done.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just be brief. I understand that the decision today is for reserve matters. The only comment I'd have is on the shared space. There's a lot of shared space, and the problem with shared space is it tends to be owned by no one and cared for by no one. Now, I understand that there will be management of this shared space as a key element of the development, but I want to ensure that that's sufficiently understood and in some way conditioned, that ongoing management of that shared space is very important. The other comment it perhaps comes into respect of the layout of dwellings. I understand all these dwellings will have wood burning stoves, but no mentions made of wood stores. Very important if you're burning wood to have it under cover, and wood takes up a lot of space, and you know, as equally as important as cycle racks is somewhere to store your wood if you're going to burn it and not have a lot of wood smoke and problems with creosote in the chimneys, etc. Really a matter of building control, probably at a later date, but perhaps some thought. I just lay that as a thought in terms of layout of buildings and provision of wood storage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know whether Ms. Carlisle wants to make any comment on those points.
Thank you, Chair. Just in response to Councillor Shaw's comments regarding the management of the sort of landscape area, including the hard landscaping, I refer the member to condition 5 of the outline permission, and where it does specifically say that as part of that condition, they do need to formally submit an ongoing management and maintenance plan. In regard to the second element for the wood stores, I think I'd be prepared to say that the application isn't sort of removing what I would call permitted development rights for the individual dwellings, and I would envisage that in terms of a small wood store, that they would be able to accommodate that within the curtilage of the plots, so without requiring sort of further sort of planning permission. But again, that's something that we can liaise with the you know, with the applicant coming forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Carlisle. I think that sort of covers the points that Councillor Shaw raised. Councillor Rowan, you did have your hand up, but you've now taken it down. Do you not wish to speak?
No, it wouldn't have any relevance really. It was just I recall from site visits to when this idea first came about, it must be 5 or 6 years ago now, that there was going to be a TRO for Tump Lane and a on-road marked pedestrian path, which was going to be one of the first of its kind in Herefordshire. I see that hasn't come to fruition, which is a great pity really.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rowan. I don't know whether either Ms. Carlisle or Mr. Withers wants to make any comment on that last point. Mr. Withers.
I can come back quickly. It's not gone away in answer to Councillor Rowan's question. It is still something that's being actively pursued, subject to approval via conditions on the outline permission. So it is something that is still being progressed actively by our highways team, although not without difficulties.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Right, we've had a motion put for approval as recommended, and a seconder as well. Before I go back to the ward councillor to sum up, I'd like to invite Mr. Withers or Mrs. Evans to make any comments. Please.
No further comments from me, Chair. Thank you.
And none from me either, Chair.
Okay, fine, thank you. Councillor Bartlett, if you'd like to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee, for your comments and enthusiasm about this application. I too think it is a very, very good application, well designed. And thank you for bringing up some of the additional points that I didn't bring up. Certainly the permeable areas for cars, meeting our climate objectives. And I note also that the reference to the comprehensive management plan for the open areas, there are more documents on the planning site, and Councillor Shaw, they do, I think, adequately answer some of your concerns. So, and I noticed that the officers have spoken about the wood stores and about the TROs, which were the other points coming up. Thank you for your recommendations. And yes, I am pleased that this is a good design, and thank you for taking time to listen and to think about this.
Right, thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Can I remind members of the committee that you can only vote on an application before committee if you've been present for the whole of the presentation of and discussion on the application. Is there any member that needs to actually advise me that they cannot vote? If not, then I believe that we have 13 members that are eligible to vote. Can I ask that the Democratic Services team actually put the electronic system, voting system on? We can see that actually in front of us now. So you will be voting for approval as per the recommendation, against, or abstention. You have 30 seconds to make your vote. Thank you. Please remember to push the submit button as well.
Chair, all members have voted in favour of those recommendations unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So that's 13 members voted for that application. That application is passed. Thank you for that. We are due to have a second adjournment now. I will give members 10 minutes because we are on lunchtime now. So I'm aware that this meeting is going to be quite a long one. So my intention is that we have 10 minutes now to grab a sandwich. And when we come back, I would like to think that we can move through the next two applications without an adjournment between. So if you bear that in mind, so the time now is just past, well, it's about 6 minutes past 1. So if we come back just past 1:15, please. Right, thank you. We're now live streaming, and I'd like to welcome you all back from our second adjournment. As previously stated, hopefully we can run through on the next two applications. So can I just confirm that Councillor Fagan can see and hear, please?
Thank you, Chair. I can see and hear you.
Okay, thank you. I can see and hear you too also. Item 8 on the agenda, our third application today. There are two applications before us relating to land adjacent to the Coach House, Lumber Lane, Lugwardine. Application 201757, which is an application for the variation of condition 2 of the planning permission 170440, which is proposed amendments to extant consent reference 1603/98, re single-story low impact dwelling house and repair of curtilage listed glass house and garage, to incorporate design changes including the addition of a plant room abutting the boundary wall and works to the glass house. Also application 201758, which is proposed design alterations to the previously approved application 170440, including the addition of a plant room abutting the boundary wall and works to the glass house. We have 3 speakers. Mrs. And I'm going to get this wrong, Mrs. Soyo, on behalf of Bardistry Lugwardine and Parish Council, who has made a video presentation. Mr. Taylor, a local resident who will speak in objection, and Mr. Roach, the applicant's agent. I will call on them following the officer's presentation to the application. Now, I should have requested that they are brought in from the waiting room. If you could do that now, please. Right. Thank you. Mr. Roach and Mr. Taylor, can you confirm that you can see and hear me?
Yes, I can see and hear you. It's Mr. Taylor.
Okay, I can see and hear you as well. Mr. Roach, could you confirm as well, please?
Yes, Chair, I can see and hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to you both. The planning officer dealing with this application, Mr. Wager, will make his presentation, then I will call upon you following that presentation. So the application today, as I say, is being presented by Mr. Wager, local ward councillor, Councillor Paul Andrews, who is a member of this committee, but today he stands aside in his role as ward councillor, and he will have the opportunity to open and close the debate, but as such does not get a vote on this application. So without further ado, if I could call upon Mr. Wager to make the presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This presentation relates to two applications at Coach House, Lumber Lane, Lugwardine, which is identified with a star on the map shown. Both applications are for the same proposal, but are made under two separate consenting regimes. Application reference 201757 is a variation of condition application made under section 73 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 to alter the design of the proposal. Application reference 201758 is an application for listed building consent. The development plan for the area is made up of both the Herefordshire Local Plan Core Strategy and the Bartestree with Lugwardine Group Neighbourhood Development Plan. The National Planning Policy Framework is also a significant material consideration. Next slide, please. This slide shows an aerial image of the application site, which is edged in red. The image also denotes the Lugwardine Conservation Area, which is shown in light blue. For clarity, the application site is entirely within the conservation area. Listed buildings are indicated in dark blue and are also labelled. The application site falls within the historic curtilage of Porch House, a Grade 2 listed building, which lies to the southwest of the application site. It is understood to be an early 19th century building set within an ample curtilage. The building has a degree of prominence in the locale as it adjoins the crossroads and has an association with William Goodwin. Also to the southwest of the application site lies St. Peter's Church, a Grade 2 star listed building of stone construction and also prominent locally as it adjoins the crossroads. Within the curtilage of the church lie three other individually listed buildings, all at Grade 2, the Lugwardine War Memorial, Churchyard Cross and Riddler Monument. When considering any application to heritage assets, the local planning authority has a number of statutory duties. These are set out under the Planning, Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act 1990 at sections 16 and 66, which require that in considering whether to grant listed building consent or planning permission for any works which affect a listed building or its setting, the authority shall have special regard to the desirability of preserving the building or its setting or any features of special architectural or historic interest which it possesses. Further, as the site is within a conservation area, the local planning authority must ensure special attention is paid to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of the conservation area, as per section 72 of the Planning, Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act, with these matters being set out in detail at paragraph 6.31 onwards of the officer report. The development plan and the National Planning Policy Framework include a number of provisions for heritage matters, including policy LD4 of the core strategy and policy BL7 of the NDP. These are set out in detail along with the relevant paragraphs of the framework at paragraph 6.11 of the officer report. Next slide, please. This slide shows the approved site plan for the development of a single-storey dwelling with planning permission originally being granted on the site in 2016, with this consent subsequently being amended in 2017. It is this 2017 permission which is being varied as part of the Section 73 application. As members will note from the site visit yesterday, material operations have commenced on the site in relation to this permission, and so it's considered to be extant in perpetuity and represents a fallback position for considerations of the current proposal. Next slide, please. The proposal is for various changes and amendments to the approved development of the single-storey dwelling. The substantive amendments proposed are the addition of a modest plant room to the rear of the dwelling in the northeast corner of the application site. That can be seen at the top right of the slide, which shows the site location, the site plan. The increase in the finished floor levels of the dwelling and an ensuing increase in roof height of the dwelling by approximately 0.75 of a metre. The increase in the roof height of the outbuilding by an approximately 0.2 of a metre. Alterations to the fenestrations of the dwelling and a reduction in the amount of horizontal timber cladding being replaced with areas of through colour render, which is white. The listed building consent relates to the reinstatement of the glass house. Also alterations to the boundary treatment and landscaping details, including rebuilding of brick piers, a pedestrian access gate, a gabion retaining wall, a timber railway sleeper wall, and a new sliding metal gate. Next slide, please. For context, this slide shows a series of site photos of the development, which members will note from their visit yesterday. The top left photo shows a view looking to the north and includes the coach house in the background, with the area of the glass house being visible to the right of the photo. The top right photo shows a view across the dwelling, including the glass house to the left. The proposed location of the plant room, which lies in the northeast corner of the site, can be seen at the rear. The bottom photo shows a view of across the dwelling to the east. The existing brick wall marks the edge of the conservation area, with the site being within the bounds of the conservation area, and the adjoining dwelling, known as Rowbury, may be seen in the background. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed elevation plans for the dwelling, outbuilding, and the glass house. It should be noted that the red dashed line shows the height of the building as approved, compared to the proposed new roof height as shown on the plans. The development plan has provisions for design, including policies BL1 and BL3 of the NDP, which seeks to positively shape residential developments, and are set out in detail at paragraph 6.42 of the officer report onwards. Officers considered that the proposed alterations would not diminish the quality of the development, with it continuing to retain the modern and sleek design vernacular that it had when originally approved. The red outline on the above plan shows the nature of the alterations to the roof line, and whilst the roof would be slightly higher, the strong horizontal emphasis of the building would plainly be retained. The alterations to the fenestrations of the dwelling and the reduction in the area of horizontal timber cladding, with it being replaced with white through render, is also considered to be acceptable. Further, the amendments to the outbuilding to raise the roof by approximately 20 centimetres is considered to be minor and acceptable, and would not diminish the overall appearance of the subservient outbuilding. The addition of the plant room is equally minor and wouldn't be discernible given the overall built form of the dwelling and its location to the rear, with there being no amenity concerns arising as a result of the plant room. Officers consider that the quality of the design of the development would not be diminished by these alterations. Next slide, please. This slide shows both the elevation plans for the dwelling. Once again, the red dashed line shows the height of the building as approved compared to the proposed new roof height. At the bottom of the slide is a site cross section through the site looking south, with the adjoining property of Rowbury to the left and Porch House shown on the right. On the section plan below, the red dashed line denotes the approved finished floor levels and roof height, with the blue line marking the proposed roof heights, respectively. The proposal is to increase the roof height of the dwelling by approximately 0.75 of a metre, resulting in the roof being approximately 3 metres above the finished floor levels. Officers have considered the effect of the changes on the adjoining dwelling, known as Rowbury, which enjoys a private amenity space to the west of the house, adjoining the application site and the boundary wall. Whilst the proposal does increase the roof height of the dwelling, it is a monopitch roof and is separated from the adjoining dwelling by a walkway to the rear. of the approved dwelling and then the brick boundary wall. Due to the separation distances, the mono-pitched roof nature of the dwelling, officers do not consider that the amendments would result in overshadowing, overbearing, or result in an undue impact on the amenity of the adjoining dwelling. It follows that in design terms, in terms of design, appearance, and the proposal is considered to be acceptable and accords with the provisions of the development plan in this regard, including policies SD1, LD1, LD4, SS6, and RA2 of the core strategy, as well as policies BL1 and BL3 of the neighbourhood development plan, as well as paragraph 130 of the framework. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed roof plans for the dwelling and outbuilding. As noted in the written update to members, the proposal does not introduce new roof lights, with a permitted scheme including 2 roof lights on the dwelling and 1 on the outbuilding, all above en suites. Officers do not consider there to be any harm or impact on the amenity from these roof lights. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed elevation plans for the glass house, with a site photo of the glass house as existing shown in the bottom left. Or I should clarify, as can be seen on site at the moment, sorry. In relation to the curtilage listed buildings, they receive the same level of protection as listed buildings, and in this regard, the principal area of consideration is the glass house. This building abuts the brick boundary wall shared at the north end of the site with Coach House. The building was of brick construction with a glazed roof, large windows, and included a Goodwin tile floor. The building has been dismantled without explicit consent, and whilst Goodwin tiles from the floor have been retained along with other materials, the building has nevertheless been irreversibly damaged, as the historic fabric of the building has been lost irrespective of the determination of these applications, and this matter cannot be undone. These events took place prior to the submission of the current applications, and in this sense, the harm has already occurred, with the matter being investigated by the Council's planning enforcement team at the time. The proposal, however, is for the reinstatement of the building as part of the dwelling. The applicant submits that the proposal is carefully designed to be similar to the original glass house, save for some limited modern interventions such as thermal improvements. The incorporation of the glass house into the dwelling is already approved under the existing planning permission. And so officers conclude that this is a resolution to the situation, as the building would be reinstated with the conditions securing this matter prior to occupation. As such, whilst there's plainly no benefits from this unfortunate situation at this juncture, there is equally not considered to be harm arising from the reinstatement of the building, with the effects considered to be neutral in heritage terms. This matter is set out in detail at paragraph 6.37 onwards of the officer report. Next slide, please. In relation to the remaining heritage matters, which are covered in detail at paragraph 6.9 onwards of the officer report, in terms of listed buildings, the site is considered to principally form part of the setting of Porch House, as it is situated within the historic curtilage, with the site also being regarded to be within the setting of St. Peter's Church, although the relationship isn't as strong as it is some 50 metres from the development. The proposed alterations to the development are not considered to result in harm to the setting of heritage assets. The slight increase in roof height of both the dwelling and the outbuilding is not considered to be detrimental to any views of the heritage assets nor their wider experience. This is due to the minor nature of the increase and their subservient form compared to the surrounding built form, especially given the distance between Porch House, the new boundary wall, and the western edge of the outbuilding. Further, the plant room is a minor amendment in an enclosed part of the site and would not result in any harm. In relation to the character and appearance of the conservation area, given the development permitted, the proposals would not adversely affect the character of the area, as the erection of a dwelling on this land with an outbuilding has already been consented to, with there being no harm from the proposal in this regard. In terms of appearance of the area, the design and form of the proposal is broadly similar to the dwelling already approved, with the proposals involving an increase in the roof height of the dwelling by approximately 0.5 metre and an increase in the roof height of the outbuilding by approximately 0.2 of a metre. Thus, having given this matter special regard, officers considered that the appearance and character of the area would be preserved by the proposal. The rebuilding of the brick piers, a pedestrian access gate, a gabion retaining wall, a timber railway sleeper wall, and a new sliding metal gate are considered to be acceptable minor alterations, which are not considered to be harmful by officers, as detailed at paragraph 6.40 of the officer report. To draw the heritage aspects together, individually and cumulatively, the proposed alterations to the approved development are not considered to adversely affect or give rise to harm to designated heritage assets nor their setting, as they would be preserved, having given this matter special regard as is required. Thus, the proposal is considered to accord with policies LD4, LD1, SS6 and SS1 of the core strategy and policy BL7 of the NDP. In regards to habitat regulations assessments, the application site relies within the catchment for the River Lug, which comprises part of the River Wye Special Area Conservation. However, the proposal is for amendments to an existing consent which are unrelated to drainage, and the drainage characteristics of the development are not being amended or increased. There is no possibility, therefore, of the proposal resulting in a likely significant effect upon the Special Area Conservation, and the proposal can be screened out of the Habitats Regulations Assessment. This matter is set out in detail at paragraph 6.58 onwards of the officer report. It follows that in terms of the section 73 application to vary condition 2 of the planning permission, the proposal is considered to accord with the provisions of the development plan, which benefits from the statutory presumption in its favour, and having regard to heritage assets, the proposal is considered to be acceptable. Turning to the listed building consent application, special regard has been given to the preservation and conservation of heritage assets, the representations received and consultation responses from the building conservation officer, with no harm being identified. It follows that the tests of chapter 12 of the framework are not applicable, as no harm has been identified, and the application is considered to be acceptable subject to conditions. Thus, officers recommend that both applications be granted consent in line with the recommendation and conditions set out in the officer report. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Withers. I believe, very sorry. Thank you, Mr. Wager. I want to bring Mr. Withers in just to clarify one point on the height. So if I could do
just very quickly, Chairman, I noted that during the presentation, Mr. Wager referred to the increase in height being 0.75 metres. The increase in height is actually 0.57 metres. I think it was a simple slip of the tongue. So just to confirm that we are talking about an increase in height of the dwelling of 0.57 metres above the original, not 0.75. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I did pick up on that as well. I was doing my maths. And yeah, it does make quite a difference. So if members take that comment on board, please. Right, we now move across to public speakers. We have a video submission from the Parish Council, or on behalf of the Parish Council. So if I can ask Mr. Brown to actually play that first, please.
Bartestree with Lugwardine Group Parish Council objects to these applications for the following reasons. The applicant has failed to comply with existing planning approval by constructing a larger base at a level 0.4 metres higher than approved, thus increasing the overall height of the dwelling by this amount. The base should therefore be removed and rebuilt at the approved depth and further from the wall if necessary. If this does not happen, then any subsequent applications would appear to start from a false premise. The proposed MVHR heating system would mean a further increase in height. An alternative system that would also make the proposed plant room unnecessary should be considered. If approved, these two changes would give a 0.57 metre increase in height, which would mean that instead of rising 0.33 metres above the wall between it and Rowbury, the new dwelling would be 0.9 metres above and extend over a longer length. This would be in direct conflict with the statement in the first application that a successful project would respect important views and the scale of neighbouring buildings and would not impinge on the existing house to the east. These are the terms on which the existing application was approved and which are now to be abandoned. The proposed new height means that the applications would not comply with NDP policy BL1 Part 1 criteria for new housing, as the dwelling would be very insensitively sited for the inhabitants of Rowbury to the east and Porch House to the west, would not comply with NDP policy BL3, infilling and windfalls, parts 1 and 2. The increased height in particular would impact adversely on the amenity of the same neighbouring properties. The applications would not comply with NDP policy BL7, conserving historic character. The Grade 2 listed 19th century greenhouse has been demolished without permission. It is essential that this heritage asset be rebuilt in keeping with its listed curtilage and with its Godwin tiles restored. The outbuilding is completely out of keeping with its surroundings and does not comply with NDP policy BL1 Part 1. The proposed increase in height is unnecessary and would impinge upon Porch House in particular. The apparent lack of clarity is a most unsatisfactory feature of all the planning applications relating to this site. The applicant would appear to ignore listed building rules, to be non-compliant with planning approval, and have a lack of respect for the conservation area. The planning officer states that, if approved, the development shall be carried out strictly in accordance with the approved plans and documents. This has not been the case to date. For the reasons given, the Parish Council objects most strongly to these applications.
Right, thank you for that, Mr. Brown. I now turn to Mr. Taylor, who is a local resident who is speaking in objection to the application. So you have 3 minutes in your own time, Mr. Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We fully support the Parish Council's unanimous objection as representatives of the local community and would have expected the Planning Department to support their decision. There was only one supporter before the application was given a 2-week extension. We hope you give great weight to the conservation of designated heritage, remembering that everything within the curtilage of Porch House is afforded the same level of protection as Porch House. As the Planning Department have consistently failed to apply policy and uphold listed building consent, there was little acknowledgement from Mr. Wage's report to the detailed written objections. These applications are retrospective and are submitted in an attempt to regularise the applicant's work conducted without planning permission or listed building consent. We are reliably informed, supported by the submission of a local publican, that the applicants have no intention of living there but will form part of their holiday let business, ruining the outlook from Rowbury and causing significant harm to Porch House. The following points are made in reply to Mr. Wage's short summary at paragraph 1.6 in your site visit yesterday. The plant room foundations are laid without planning permission or listed consent. The increased floor levels are increased by 600 millimetres according to the applicant's plans, but now we hear 0.75 or 0.570. What is it? Laid height increases are caused because the applicants have already deliberately or incompetently laid the foundations at the incorrect depth, as declared in their heritage statement, that the reasoning for this change is to reduce the ground excavations required and impact upon the foundation of the adjoining brick boundary wall. Page 6 of the statement also states changes to the approved scheme may impact upon the significance of Porch House. Page 9 states that the work could have been done, but would have required underpinning. Page 9 also states that the increase in roof height is arguably the one that will have the largest impact upon the listed building and neighbouring properties. Rowbury will be significantly overshadowed, particularly in the afternoon and evenings, and it's considered that the density of the work is no longer low impact. To have such an impact on the existing family space is unacceptable. The increase in the height of the outbuilding is inappropriate, causes significant harm to the setting of Porch House, and is within 1 metre of the boundary wall, and new buildings are not permitted within a listed curtilage. Owen Hicks's letter of the 23rd of July 2020 to Mr. Wager asks for the retrospective approval for demolition and rebuilding of the glasshouse. The applicant's heritage statement in 2016 stated the glasshouse was significant and it would not be lost from the site. In Mr. Wager's words, the irreversible fabric of the building has been lost. This was and remains a criminal offence with no action from conservation and enforcement. Boundary treatment was seen a brick wall replaced by railway sleepers hidden by the applicant's cars yesterday and shown on the application to a height of 1.5 metres from ground level, and metal wire cages filled with rocks, which, as Mr. Wager states, both materials are not found elsewhere on site. They are inappropriate as boundary walls within the curtilage. The rebuilding of brick piers previously demolished by the applicants is another criminal offence. The lack of compliance continues as Coach House has had a new roof installed without planning permission and, more importantly, listed building consent. We ask you to look at and decide on each and every retrospective amendment and new application before you reach your individual, fully informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Spot on 3 minutes. So I'd like to invite Mr. Roach now, who is the applicant's agent, to speak. Again, you have 3 minutes, Mr. Roach, in your own time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I am the applicant, not the agent, just to clarify that. So good afternoon, members, and thank you for the opportunity to present our case in support of the application to vary the design of an already approved dwelling on land adjacent to Coach House, Lugwardine. Firstly, I'd like to thank the case officer for a very full and factual report and a detailed presentation. My wife and I originally obtained planning permission for a new dwelling back in 2016, at which time we owned and lived in Porch House. Subsequently, in 2017, we obtained permission to incorporate the dilapidated glass house into the scheme, as we felt this would help secure the long-term use of what was otherwise a redundant building. We sold Porch House and commenced construction of our forever home in the village that we've lived in for over 15 years. We are not habitual developers. We are trying to build a family home for the future, and one that is workable, safe and accessible as we head towards our retirement. Furthermore, the proposed new dwelling is adjacent to our successful holiday let business at Coach House, which provides much needed revenue to the local economy. Like many building projects, when work commences on site, changes are often required and variation improvements are sought. Our request is no different. When minor issues were identified with the approved scheme, we engaged with council officers and discussed the situation. Together, we agreed upon how best to amend the scheme to overcome the issues. We've acted entirely in accordance with the advice that we've been given by both professional consultants and the local authority to obtain the necessary approvals. Unfortunately, as a result of this application process, we cannot help feeling somewhat victimised by trying to obtain permission for what are fundamentally minor changes to a scheme that is already approved. The property remains a single-storey, low-impact building. As the planning officer report highlights, there has been some misunderstanding relating to the works carried out to the former dilapidated glasshouse, which we undertook in good faith and subsequently worked with officers to address the issues raised. As planning officers have commented in their report, there is no impact in the proposed variation works to neighbouring properties. We believe that the finished dwelling will incorporate good quality, creative modern-day design using materials and finishes that enhance heritage assets. We feel disappointed and genuinely hurt that there appears to have been a campaign against us by a small number of residents to try and stop the development entirely. Many of the objections do not relate to this variation application and relate to matters which have been previously. Members will have carefully reviewed the application and representations made, and we hope that members will appreciate that no objections have been raised by the council's professional consultees, including highways, conservation and English heritage. Finally, I hope that the committee members will agree with the planning officer's professional recommendation to improve the application so my family can move on from this ordeal and continue with our lives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Roach, and apologies for describing you as the applicant's agents. That's what I've got written on the papers in front of me. Right, if I could now request that Mr. Taylor and Mr. Roach leave the meeting, be put back in the waiting room. I remind them that they can watch the live stream of this meeting on the council's YouTube channel. Thank you both very much and good day to you both. All right, now, as previously stated, Ward Councillor for this application is Councillor Paul Andrews. He is a member of this committee, but as the local ward member for this item, he can speak, but he does not actually get a vote. He will speak first and then has the right to speak at the end of the debate. So in your own time, Councillor Andrews, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, thank you all. Again, thank you for all that come on the site visit yesterday. I hope you found it worthwhile, and I apologise for being late, going the wrong way. Anyway, regarding this application or these applications, obviously I hope you read all the details of it. It is a bit sort of controversial. unfortunately, things have happened, especially with the glass house being removed without obviously permission at the time. Regarding anything else, to be honest, you know, you've got to look at it as what's in front of you. So the application in front of you. We're not debating what anything else has happened on the site, and we can't. That's not part of our job. All I can say at this precise moment, I'd like to hear the great debate we'll have in a minute, but I just hope if the committee approve or go with the approval of the officer, that all conditions are adhered to give the public sort of confidence in our planning system. So I'll leave it for now. I'll listen to the debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Right, we move into the debate proper. I await the first hand to go up. Who's going to? Right, Councillor Milne to start. Thank you.
Actually, I think Chair Councillor Johnson had his hand up before me, but I may be wrong. Did you want to ask? He's got his hand up still, but if I'm invited to speak first, I shall speak first, nonetheless.
Do go ahead, Jeremy.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Yes, so the glass house. The glass house, which is described as a repair in the application, is not even actually a reinstatement. It's a new building that we saw today going up to a different design. Although we didn't see a photograph of the glass house as it was in the officer's presentation, in the papers you can find that it didn't, for example, have the brick piers. So it is a new building, and I think therefore it is difficult to describe that building a new structure that has glass in it is neutral in heritage terms, and therefore you can say that overall there's no harm identified to heritage assets, as we heard from the officer. I do, apart from the legalities of it and clearly demolishing listed buildings and buildings in conservation areas without consent is an offence. But if members were minded to grant consent for this, is it possible to condition the reinstatement, and I do use the word reinstatement, so that it is detailed to replicate the Victorian glass house that preceded it? Question for you, Mr. Wager.
Right, if I can ask Mr. Wager to make a comment, please.
Thank you, Chair. In regard to photos of the glass house, paragraph 6.37 of the officer report includes photographs of the glass house as it was, which is also included in the heritage statement at page 5. Regarding the reinstatement of the glass house, obviously the description of development for the Section 73 application is unchanged, and that's what's been varied subsequently. So that's where the term repair comes in. That was in the original planning permission, and that's what's been varied, and the description hasn't been changed from that original consent. In terms of ensuring that it is of the form of the Victorian glass house, what you can see in the plans that are proposed, the form of the building that's proposed, and that's what is proposed. The conditions included to secure the glass house is reinstated prior to occupation of the dwelling, but the proposal is what the proposal is in that sense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wager. That's all you wanted to ask at this stage, Councillor Milne?
Yes, that clarifies. I mean, that is the answer that I expected the officer to give, that namely that we are deciding upon the application as is before us. Yeah.
As per normal.
As per normal, of course.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. It's a question for Mr. Wager. Can Mr. Wager confirm or put me and the rest of the committee straight about the floor level of the new building? I got the impression during the presentation that the application that was originally approved had a floor level some 0.5, 0.6, whatever, I won't argue about the numbers, but lower than the one we saw at the site visit yesterday. So my question is, has the floor level been raised above that which was originally approved? And if it has, was permission obtained for that raising? Thank you.
Well, thank you. If Mr. Wager could respond, please.
Thank you, Chair. The level as approved is lower than what is proposed now. I think my understanding is the level that we saw on site, the site visit yesterday, is the what is proposed now, so that it's been built to the proposed level, not to the previous level, if that makes sense. So the finished floor level would be slightly higher than was previously approved, and I believe what we saw on site was the slightly higher level.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wager.
Well, Chairman, if I may, we heard earlier on that the roof height had been raised by 0.57 metres above that was the application. Can we put another 0.57? But it sounds as if that the total raise in the height of the roof is not 0.57, but 0.97 of a metre. Originally, as Mr. Wager has just pointed out, the floor was lower. I know that that's the one we're looking at today, but it still sounds to me as if the floor level has been raised without permission, resulting in a ridge in a roof height that is almost a metre higher than was originally asked for. That's the way it sounds to me, and I'm still not clear.
Yeah, well, I think Mr. Wager can clarify that, but I think my understanding is that the actual base that's been put in has been put in at the specification that this application refers to. So the overall height increase of the building will be 0.57, but I'll let Mr. Wager confirm that.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that is correct. If I could direct members to paragraph 6.51 and the section plan that is shown on that following page. That shows the section through the new dwelling. So the approved roof height is shown, and then the increase is also shown. So it's the increase in roof height is 0.57 meters. And the increase in floor level is less than that, is 0.4 meters.
That makes a total of 0.97 above the original application.
No, the increase in roof height is only the roof height increase. So that takes into account the floor level change, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Wager.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Wilding.
Yes, thanks, Chair. So just going taking that floor level thing a little bit further, my understanding was that when they were constructing, they decided that they couldn't dig down as far as they wanted to, because that might affect the wall. And so therefore the choice was to either underpin the wall or to lay the floor of the new building higher so that they didn't disturb the wall's foundations. So that's what my understanding of it was. So you could confirm that in a second. And if so, that means basically during the job, they were fully aware that they were going to go against what they had as planning permission, purely so that they wouldn't spend a little bit more money doing the foundations of the wall. And that seems to be the same way they've gone with the glass house. I know that looking at the photos of the glass house, it's not like a fabulous Victorian masterpiece. It is just the bricks and some mouldy old windows as was. So perhaps taking those windows out, and that is not that bad. But anyway, they've basically gone against the planning permission that they had and could have easily carried out with a little bit of extra money paid for the foundations of the wall, and are now trying to just roughshod over the neighbours' light and stuff like that, so that they don't spend that little extra money. I recognise that taking out what they've now laid would cost more than putting in the foundations for the wall. But I wonder, given all that, would they be getting some kind of penalty for demolishing the glass house and doing all this? And maybe the cost that they're going to have to incur now would be sufficient punishment. I don't know. But anyway, thanks, Chair.
I think that question is related to the actual planning application that we've got in front of us. But if Mrs. Evans would like to confirm that, that would be useful to the committee, I believe.
Thank you, Chair. As Councillor Milne and a number of people have picked, and obviously what the case officer said, it is a criminal offence to do damage to a listed building without the necessary consents in place to start off with. It's a strict liability offence, which is obviously a matter for the local planning authority to prosecute if felt fit, and obviously accorded with the enforcement policy, and if it was in the legal interest to do so. As far as it goes with putting what we're talking about, putting it up as it should be, there were obviously two ways that could have dealt with this. A listed building enforcement notice could have been issued, which would actually require it in exactly the same position, exactly the same details as had been removed. But obviously they've decided to put in a retrospective application to address it alternatively. Does that answer the question, Chair?
I believe it does. I don't know whether Mr. Wager wants to make any further comment.
Thank you, Chair. Only that the considerations as they are set out in the officer report focus on whether the development as proposed is acceptable in planning terms. Considerations of how this point was reached and acting punitively wouldn't be material planning considerations for the application.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's confirmation of what I said. Right. Are we any further speakers? I've got nobody with a hand raised currently. Councillor Milne for a second stab.
Very briefly then, just to follow on what Dawn Evans was saying. So can I just be absolutely clear in my mind, should enforcement decide to prosecute, and should members decide today to grant consent, would the if the prosecution was successful, would that override our planning decision? In other words, if the enforcement decided that reinstatement of the glass house had to occur, that is correct, is it?
Chair, would you like me to answer that one?
Yeah,
I certainly would. I was going to invite you to, Mrs. Evans.
No, prosecution is for the offence of actually removing it. So we would have the ability to do that, notwithstanding, no matter what point in time it was, because there is no time limit on or damage or repair to a listed building without the consent. So no, we can prosecute if we so see fit. No, what I was referring to is if we issued a listed building enforcement notice. And that's maybe where you're getting slightly confused. There were two options. They've come in with a retrospective application to build, an application to build something, whether it's the same or similar, but we could have gone down the route of a listed building enforcement notice to get them to put it in place. And if they didn't comply with that notice, then we could have brought out a separate prosecution for not putting it back as it was. The prosecution is on the strict liability offence that they had done the damage without any the requisite notices or consents in place.
Okay, thank you. I think that clarifies that. I'll move on to Councillor Shaw, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, obviously I detect from colleagues some concern either directed towards the naivety or the culpability possibly of the applicant in the way he's implemented the previous planning permission. However, I think we're faced here with a pragmatic issue of how we deal with the matter in front of us. I'm swayed by the fact that none of the statutory regulatory bodies have raised objection to what's in front of us, and that would persuade me rather towards approving this application as a pragmatic means of moving it on. We're not considering the application as a whole, merely the amendments that are required by what's happened. We can't change what's happened, but possibly the applicant will learn in future that planning applications need to be adhered to. So I'm still open-minded, but I'm swaying towards approval.
So I take it from that at the moment that you're not prepared to propose approval of the two applications?
I'd like to hear from the other two committee members, speakers, and then I will, if you require me to, I'll propose approval.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rowan, please.
Sorry, Chair, was trying to unmute myself. Reading through this and listening, and this once again the site visit yesterday, I don't think there's an awful lot of choice here. As presented, we're going to more than likely have to okay this. But this is an awful example of how, on so many different levels in so many different ways. And while we were stood looking at the glass house yesterday, and it's absolutely superb having somebody like Councillor Milne in the team, because he is a point of reference. And looking at what was supposed to be a Victorian building, and you can see that it's breeze block, it's the walls are tied into the new red bricks. I just thought to myself, on so many levels, this is somebody who is, the example we saw is that heritage is being completely and utterly ignored, pushed over, and let's go for something that we want rather than what is required. I don't think there's an awful lot of choice here. We're more than likely going to have to pass the application, but can it be noted? You know, I don't know whether the rest of the planning committee agree with me. This is just riding roughshod over what is Hereford.
Thank you, Councillor Rowan, for those comments. Councillor James, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I agree with the last two speakers. I think we are where we are. The point is that we gave permission, or I don't think I was on the committee at the time, but we gave permission some years ago for a building, which is questionable whether I would have supported it. I don't know. Perhaps I did. If I was there, I don't know. I haven't any memory of it. But anyway, and you know, to me, it sort of works, but you know, I don't know what we can do other than actually approve this. It's an unfortunate situation we find ourselves in. To do anything other than that is to, I'm afraid, be very vindictive towards the applicant, who I probably believe is probably naive in the way they've carried out this development. And if we did restore the Victorian greenhouse, glass house, I should say, would it look right against this particular building? I'm not sure that it would. And perhaps this may be a more appropriate, unfortunately, way forward in actually approving this particular development. It's a no-win situation, but I can't see how we can win.
Okay, thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Foxton, please.
Lovely. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the site visit to a very unusual situation in a conservation area. And we find that an approved planning development was not fully adhered to which is very regrettable. But it's a sort of no-win situation here. So we are where we are, and we have to go with it, I feel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Foxton. Councillor Wilding.
Thanks, Chair, for a second bite of the cherry here. I just wanted to make it plain that I actually like the design of the building. Having looked at it, I think it's a really good design. It's just so unfortunate that they didn't just underpin the wall and lay their floor the right height in the first place. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shaw, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I will just move on, ask one quick question before moving this application, if I may. A question for Mr. Wager. In terms of the new plant room, I couldn't see any flues or vents from that plant room. If none are present, would the applicant need to come back for planning permission to put flues or vents on that plant room?
Right. If Mr. Wager is ready to respond to that, please.
Yes, consent would be needed in that regard if it changes the external appearance of the dwelling. But perhaps for clarity, members might like to impose a condition.
Just coming on to that, could we impose a condition that any additions to buildings in the forms of flues, vents, any additional features will require planning permission? And I am presuming that the application as originally permissioned had permitted development rights removed from it. And if not, can we also remove any permitted development rights at this time?
In response to that, Chair, permitted development rights weren't removed originally for the application, which was a delegated decision at the time. But members will note condition 5, permitted development rights are removed.
Sorry,
I think they would be limited in any case.
Thank you. In which case, with that condition suitably worded by officers, can I move that the application be approved?
Can I just qualify with you that that is a proposal for both applications? Because
it is.
We are dealing with two separate applications.
I understand that, yes, for both applications. For the yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion for approval of both applications. I have a seconder, please. Councillor Foxton. Okay, I see Councillor Johnson has his hand raised again.
It's just a quick comment, Chairman. I feel quite uncomfortable about the whole thing. It looks to me a perfect example of the old saying that it's always easier to get permission than approval. And I think that's what's happened here. I will vote against.
Thank you for that comment. Right, I've gotten, Councillor Fagan, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just actually would like to reiterate what Councillor Johnson said. I mean, I feel very uncomfortable about this. I was just trying, you know, looking at my ruler, sort of looking at the overall measurement and thinking, well, you know, it's only just over half a metre, but considering that it's a really extensive area that this covers, because it's a flat roof, and you know, that leaves me quite concerned for the neighbours, and also the sort of principle that you can get permission for something and then do something different, and then retrospectively you know, we can endorse that. I feel incredibly uncomfortable about that, and as the ward councillor said, the sort of confidence in the planning system, and I don't know if this is an issue about resourcing or you know where the actual issue lies in terms of enforcement, but I just want to voice that this does not sit comfortably with me at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Fagan. Have we any further speakers? If not, then I'll go across to our officers, Mr. Withers, Mrs. Evans, whether you've got any comments to make before I go back to the ward councillor, please.
Chairman, I would just like to, you know, confirm that, you know, I concur with some of the reservations that members have raised in relation to how we got to this point. However, you know, we need as a committee, and obviously as we've presented as officers, we need to consider the application or applications that are in front of us, and assess whether or not in this case we consider that there is material harm to either the living conditions of neighbours or the heritage context within which this site sits. I'm satisfied that members have grasped that. They're troubled by it. I can see that, but they've grasped the reality of the judgment that needs to be made today. Finally, I know it's a while ago now, but I did want to make sure that members were very clear that they're giving no weight to the comments made by the applicant in relation to aspects of the financial situation that may exist between the two parties there. They're clearly not material to the planning considerations, and that was all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Withers. Mrs. Evans, did you want to add anything further?
No, just to reiterate what Mr. Withers said about can understand the reservations on this one. Just for clarification, obviously the proposer was Councillor Shaw for both the planning permission and listed building consent. I did miss the second. Sorry, my apologies.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Right. So we now move across to Councillor Paul Andrews, the ward councillor, to make final comments before we go to the vote. Thank you.
Well, thank you, committee, for a great debate and hearing your reservations and everything else. Like I said before, we got to, as a planning, enforcement and everything else in this county, got to get our public confidence back up. Things happen, yes, we know people do things accidentally, some people don't realise what they were moving. But in this application, yes, let's see what happened with the glass house. It got removed illegally, unfortunately. We can't bring it back as it was. Well, we could in a certain way. It's not going to be the same, but there you go. But like I say, we need public confidence. And like I say, I hope with the conditions attached to this application, if you approve it, they are held, you know, they are, sorry, I'll get my words out in a minute. They are upheld, and our planning team make sure they're upheld. That's all I got to say, to give confidence to my ward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews, and I think that's a point well made. I think that, you know, it's all very well us debate the application and approve, but it's up to the applicant to actually follow through and actually build as per the permission that was granted. So we have two applications to actually vote on. They will be taken separately. Firstly, can I ask if all members present feel that they are able to vote on this, that they saw or heard the full presentation and debate on these applications? Nobody is actually making comment to the contrary. So we have 13 members that are actually eligible to vote. Can I now ask that the Democratic Services team put the electronic voting system on? This is for the first application, which is application 201757, which is the application of for the variation of condition 2 on Planning Permission 170440. The actual vote is on the screen now. So we've had a proposal and a seconder for approval of this application. Can you please now vote? You have 30 seconds to do so. Please don't forget to push the submit button once you've voted.
Okay, Chair, all results are in. We've got 7 votes in favour to approve those recommendations, 5 against and 1 abstain.
Okay, thank you. So that application is approved. We now move on to the second application, which is application 201758, which is the proposed design alterations to the previously approved application 170440. Again, we've got a proposal for approval of this application and a seconder as well. So please, can you cast your votes now? 30 seconds again for making your vote.
Okay, Chair, all votes are in. 6 in favour for those recommendations, 6 against and 1 abstention.
Done it to me again. So as the chairman, I've got the casting vote on this. I did actually vote in favour, so that application is approved as well. So thank you for that. We now move on straight into the next application, which is item 9 on the agenda. Again, there are 2 applications in front of us, namely.
Excuse me, Chairman, did you want to invite the speakers in at this stage? Sorry.
I should do, yes. I just realised that. Thank you, Mr. Brain. Fine. Can I ask that public speakers for agenda item 9, attending as virtual attendees, Mrs. Anderson on behalf of Webley Parish Council, and Mr. Sands, the applicant, be admitted. I believe we've got them both. So welcome to you both to this meeting. Are you able to hear and see me? Could I ask Mrs. Anderson to start with, if you could unmute yourself just to confirm that you can see and hear?
Yes, I can.
I can also see and hear you. Thank you. And Mr. Starnes?
I can see and hear you.
I can also see and hear you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman,
sorry.
Chairman, can I give my apologies? I'm afraid I've got to go to another meeting.
Certainly. Thank you, Councillor James.
Chairman, please may I give my apologies too. I've got a dental appointment at 3 o'clock, so I'm afraid
Right, sure.
now.
Okay, thank you for your attendance both, and
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Accepted.
Oh.
Thank you.
You've lost me.
Right. So the application in front of us is number 3, High Street, Webley, provision of 2 additional roof lights on the north elevation of the barn. That is application 201-645, and also 202-284, which is the application for the variation of condition 2 of planning permission 1846-64 to accommodate 2 additional roof windows on the north elevation of the barn. As I previously stated, we've got 2 speakers, Mrs. Anderson on behalf of Webley Parish Council and Mr. Starnes, the applicant. The officer making the presentation is Mr. Adam Lewis, and the ward councillor for this application is Councillor Mike Jones, who is in attendance. He's not a member of this committee and doesn't get a vote on this application, but has the opportunity to open and close the debate. So without further ado, if I could ask Mr. Lewis to make the presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I trust you're all well. As mentioned by the Chairman, there are 2 applications before you for consideration today. Both of these are retrospective and they relate to the installation of 2 roof lights to a Grade 2 listed barn at 3 The High Street, Webley. These works require permission under 2 consent regimes, and you therefore have an application for both listed building consent and a Section 73 planning application, the latter of which you will more commonly hear referred to as a variation of condition. The specific differences between these 2 types of consent are detailed within the officer report, and members will have noted from this that there is also a separate recommendation for each, as with the previous application you heard. The most pertinent matters for you to consider, however, are largely the same for both applications, so they will be presented as one for the purposes of efficiency. As mentioned, they relate to a site in the village of Webley. Members will no doubt be familiar with this village for its wealth of historic timber frame buildings, which makes it one of the focal points on the Herefordshire Black and White Trail. As is customary, the location of the site within the village is noted by the red star on the map above. Next slide, please. The image above shows the site in a little more detail. The subject property lies on the southern edge of High Street, a short distance from the historic marketplace and the rose gardens, which currently form the focal point at the centre of the village. To the south of the site, there's an undeveloped area which forms part of Garnstone Park, and this in turn leads to the site of Webley Castle, which is a scheduled ancient monument. Next slide, please. The slide above shows a recent street view of the subject property from High Street. As you can see, the property can be divided into 2 elements. Number 3 is the larger element of the building in the foreground. It comprises a brick-built house, which is of 17th century origins and is listed at Grade 2. On its eastern side, on the left of your screen, there's an adjoining barn, which is of slightly later origins and also listed at Grade 2 in its own right. The barn is constructed of brick, upon a coarse rubble stone plinth with timber frame, and it until recently has been roofed with corrugated metal sheeting. Both buildings are also located within the designated Webley Conservation Area. The next slide, please. As background to the current proposals, planning permission and listed building consent were originally granted in 2019 for a scheme of works related to both the house and the barn. These works included for alterations to the house in order to support its refurbishment as a family home, as well as permission for the adjoining barn to be converted so that it could effectively form an extension of the dwelling. In relation to the barn specifically, these changes included the replacement of the existing corrugated roof with a natural slate roof and the provision of 4 roof lights in order to facilitate the change of use. The approved elevation plans for these schemes are shown on the current slide. As you can see, the majority of the roof lights were to be provided on the barn's rear southern elevation, as can be seen on the bottom plan. To the elevation fronting the High Street, a single roof light was permitted. Works in respect of this scheme have commenced, believed to have started in August 2019. Next slide, please. This slide shows the elevation plans which are subject to the current application and are reflective of the works as they've been carried out given the retrospective nature of the application. They seek to regularise the provision of 2 additional roof lights which have been installed on the northern elevation onto High Street without the benefit of necessary consents. The roof lights in question are circled in red. As mentioned previously, we have 2 applications for a listed building consent and 1 for the variation of the extant planning permission. Next slide, please. This slide shows the subject barns at 2 points in time. The top image was taken in early 2018 and shows the barn prior to the works commencing. As you can see, the roof of the barn has a relatively simple form and is free of any form of protrusion. The bottom image was taken from a similar perspective just a few weeks ago and shows the installed roof lights for which retrospective consent is now sought. Members are reminded in the first instance that failure to obtain consent for works to a listed building in this manner is an offence under Section 9 of Listed Building Conservation Areas Act 1990. Members are also made aware that the applicant sought pre-application advice from the Planning Authority in relation to the conversion scheme in 2018. As part of these discussions, the applicant presented a plan which is essentially the same as the one before you today, which included for the provision of 3 new roof lights to the street side elevation. The conservation manager, however, advised at this point in time that the provision of 3 roof lights on this elevation would have too great of an impact on the character of the barn and hence could not be supported. The scheme was subsequently amended with 2 roof lights omitted and the single roof light arrangement was approved when the application was made. The 2 additional roof lights have, however, obviously now been installed without the benefit of consent and contrary to the advice, specific advice of specialist officers. So in this context, the main issues for members to consider is whether the additional roof lights are acceptable with regards to their impact upon the special interest of the listed building and the character of the conservation area. As detailed within the report, the Planning Authority has statutory duties under the Listed Buildings Conservation Area Act 1990, which broadly require it to pay special regard to the desirability of preserving listed buildings and conservation areas. There are various policies in the development plan which embody these duties. In this case, the development plan is the core strategy and the Webley neighbourhood plan. For the appraisal of the policies is set out within the officer report, but of particular note is LD4, which requires that new development should protect, conserve, and where possible enhance heritage assets. Similar requirements are set out in RA5 in respect of proposals which involve the reuse of redundant rural buildings. Policies LD4 and LD1 also require broadly that proposals contribute to the character and local distinctiveness of a townscape, especially when within conservation areas. The NDP also recognises the rich heritage of Webley and contains a number of pertinent policies. WE01, for instance, sets out general principles which include that all development should conserve and enhance heritage assets and the Webley conservation area. Policy WE07 sets out more detailed requirements for the protection of heritage assets, which includes resisting development which adversely affects the features and settings of listed buildings. These policies are all underpinned by the framework. Of particular reference here is paragraph 194, which states that harm to the significance of designated heritage assets should require clear and convincing justification. Paragraph 196 goes on to state that where a development proposal will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a heritage asset, then this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. In the context of the application served to vary an existing consent, paragraph 130 of the framework is also applicable here. This directs that planning authorities should seek to ensure that the quality of approved development is not materially diminished between permission and completion, for instance, as a result of changes being made to the permitted scheme. So considering first the impact upon the listed building, this building has significance as an example of a traditional barn in the centre of one of the county's historic market villages. It has historic value in that it is reflective of the evolution of Webley, and an important part of this value is the building's agricultural character. In the simplest terms, the defining characteristic of traditional agricultural buildings such as these is typically simple rectilinear form and minimal amount of external openings. As shown in the image at the top of the screen, the barn prior to conversion was a good example of this. The additional roof lights, as depicted in the lower image, are considered to be uncharacteristic features which are not reflective of the barn's agricultural character or vernacular. It can be seen that their installation has led to a significant disruption of the simple and unbroken roof plane to its prominent street-facing elevation, and their uniformity is not in keeping with the sporadic distribution of openings which one would typically expect to find on traditional agricultural buildings. The specialist advice of the Council's Historic Buildings Officer has been sought, and her response advises that the works cause harm to the significance and the character of the listed building. Members will note that this response is entirely consistent with the advice that was offered to the applicant at pre-application advice stage. Conflict with the development plan policies relating to protection of heritage assets is also identified, and the officer also refers to Historic England's Good Practice Guide for the Adaptive Use of Traditional Farm Buildings. Amongst other things, this advises, and I quote, farm buildings rarely had any form of glazing at roof level. Numerous new roof lights poorly positioned can have an intrusive impact, particularly where the roof is the dominant characteristic and is steeply pitched. Where roof lights are to be added, it is often better to locate them on the least prominent roof slope when viewed from a public vantage point. It is considered that the scheme in this case fails to adhere to this guidance. Next slide, please. In terms of the impact upon the conservation area, the introduction of non-traditional features which erode the defining agricultural character of the barn is considered to also diminish the positive contribution it makes to the surrounding townscape. An examination of the wider context also shows that roof lights are not a common feature within the conservation area, with only a small number being identified nearby, which are comparably far more discreet. The prominence and quantity in which they have been introduced here therefore means that they appear as a largely alien feature, which is out of keeping with the historic townscape and roofscape in this area of the village. The images above show the roof lights from different perspectives. The one on the right in particular shows them whilst open and protruding into the street scene from the roof of the barn. Taken together, therefore, it is considered that the proposal leads to harm to the significance of both the listed building and the character of the conservation area. The specialist advice from the Historic Buildings Officer supports this view, and this harm can be classified as being less than substantial in accordance with the parameters set out in the framework. Where such harm is identified, paragraph 194 directs that the decision maker must weigh this harm against the public benefits of the scheme. The member's assessment of public benefit in this case must be made in the context that an acceptable scheme for the conversion of the barn has already been secured by the earlier permissions. The usual benefit the scheme secures a viable use for the barn is therefore not one that officers consider can be attributed to the proposal in this case, as that has already been secured. As such, members must ask themselves what public benefit is achieved over and above the previous scheme, which justifies the additional harm that's been caused. Next slide, please. In the view of officers, the additional roof lights do not deliver any public benefits to justify the harm that's been caused. The earlier consent secured a viable conversion, which featured a more sympathetic design and avoided causing an unacceptable level of harm to the heritage asset. There's not considered to be any compelling reason to justify why the earlier scheme could not be implemented as it was approved. The images on the slide above show the first floor of the barn's interior. Members have been provided with additional comments from the applicant as part of the update sheet, and they will note in terms of claim public benefits that it's contended the additional roof lights deliver this benefit by reducing the need for artificial lighting. However, officers consider this argument to be largely without merit. This is in the context of the previous version of the scheme. The first floor space of the barn was already served by 4 roof lights and 3 floor level windows, all bar one of which faced due south and therefore maximised natural sunlight gains. Officers therefore consider that the space was already adequately served by windows in the previous scheme, and there'd be no detriment to living conditions if the 2 additional roof lights were to be removed. In a similar vein, officers also consider that there is little merit to the contention that the roof lights deliver public benefit by reducing the carbon emissions associated with artificial lighting. Any savings in this regard would be negligible. So overall, therefore, it's the view of officers that the scheme is considered to be without public benefit to justify the harm, and as such, the proposal fails the test required by the framework. I'd also ask members to note in these photos the manner in which the roof lights have been installed. You should be able to see from the photos that they avoid historic timbers and are instead fitted into the modern replacement parts of the roof.
The significance of this is that no irreparable damage to the heritage asset has as yet been caused, and the harm that's been identified to the character of the building could easily be remedied through the simple removal of the roof lights and the reinstatement of the slate roof. So to conclude, therefore, officers consider that the scheme leads to harm to the significance of designated heritage assets, which is without any clear and convincing justification. It is thus contrary to development plan policies LD4, RA5, SD1, WE01 and WE07, as well as the principles of the framework. Approval of the scheme would be contrary to the Council's statutory duties under the Listed Buildings Conservation Area Act, and is therefore recommended by officers that both applications be refused for the reasons set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. We now have two public speakers. We'll start with Mrs. Anderson on behalf of Webley Parish Council. You have 3 minutes in your own time to make your presentation. Thank you, Mrs. Anderson.
Thank you. The Parish Council have no objections to this application and would support it. We are very supportive of the proposed alterations to the dwelling at 3 High Street and the change of use of the adjoining barn to provide extended living accommodation. And we applaud the efforts of the applicant to redevelop and conserve these listed buildings. The applicant has applied to vary a condition of the original permission and to permit the retrospective installation of 2 additional roof lights on the north street facing elevation to allow sufficient light to the first floor space. We do not consider that these additions adversely affect the character of the barn, its historical significance, or its setting within the village, nor do we consider that they are without justification. Despite the building having had several changes of use in its lifetime, there are references in the written committee report to the significance of the agricultural aspect of the barn. One of the most visual elements of its agricultural history was the former corrugated iron roof. In accordance with permission granted under application P184664, this has now been replaced with natural slate tiles, which the report also notes serves to maintain and enhance the appearance of the building. In addition, a single roof light was permitted on the street facing elevation. We do not consider that the addition of 2 further roof lights are of detriment to the appearance of the building and the whole street view, or contribute significantly to any loss of character. We would also support the view of the applicant that the additional roof lights are necessary to provide sufficient natural light to the first floor, making the development more energy efficient and sustainable by reducing the need for the use of artificial light during daylight hours. We consider that the development taking place at 3 High Street complies with the Webley Neighbourhood Development Plan by retaining, conserving and enhancing listed buildings and helping preserve the character of the village and its conservation area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Anderson. I now move across to Mr. Starnes, who is the applicant. 3 minutes again in your own time, please, Mr. Starnes.
Very much. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, members. My name is Matt Starnes. I'm a geotechnical engineer, fellow of the Geological Society of London and member of the SPAB. I'm the applicant for this application, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak here. Number 3 High Street and the barn are undergoing repair and alteration to create our family home. The barn first floor will be the principal living area of the home. The works have been carried out using sustainable materials, including reused brick, lime mortars, wood fibre and sheep's wool insulation. Insulation has been specified to achieve optimum U values without obscuring the character of the building. The intention is to create a dwelling which meets requirements for sustainable design and development, reducing carbon footprint of construction materials and ongoing use of the building. The work has been carried out with emphasis on preserving and enhancing the character and historic fabric of the buildings. A report on the buildings by architectural historian Duncan James was commissioned to inform the design of the overall scheme. It became apparent that the proposed single roof light to the north roof would provide insufficient natural light to the middle and east bays of the barn and the area beneath the gallery floor, which is not shown in the photographs. Supplementary artificial lighting during daytime use of the first floor of the building would be required. The scheme to add 2 additional roof lights therefore intends to secure optimum viable use of the building, thereby enhancing the original scheme. The scheme benefits from support from Webley Parish Council, Ward Councillor Mike Jones and local stakeholders. Historic England had no comment, Highways no objections, Ecologist no objections, Landscape Officer no objections. And a petition in support of the additional roof lights has gathered 95 signatures from local residents. The petition supports two main points. One, that the roof lights provide enhancement and contribute to the character of the building and the conservation area, reference Webley Neighbourhood Development Plan WE07, and the public benefit provided excuse me, by the sustainable design and reduction in carbon footprint, Webley Neighbourhood Development Plan WE01 and 012. The Conservation Officer objected on the basis of harm to the character of the building. The officers currently emphasise only the agricultural origins of the barn as defining its significance and character, and have not considered the contribution of its later phases of development. Contrary to this, Historic England's Dr. Sarah Lewis and Hugh Shannon, the previous Conservation Officer, have stated in the original applications that the later non-agricultural changes to the barn are of more significance to its character, and also point to the group value listed status of the barn, indicating that less weight could be given to its individual distinguishing characteristics than a building listed solely for its own merits. The introduction of additional roof lights is therefore a valid requirement for a building that has a longer history of domestic than agricultural usage. As a single roof light, the northern elevation was originally permitted, 2 additional roof lights would not be an alien feature where one already exists. The roof lights are not visible from the westbound carriageway and pavement of High Street due to the pitch of the roof. Furthermore, there are roof lights on street-facing elevations to other High Street properties, including, I might say, number 5, which was just off the edge of the photograph shown earlier by the officers. The new roof covering is of natural slate, not the original stone or later profiled metal sheet. The roof lights are mounted in new roof timbers with no impact on historic fabric. The scheme represents therefore an opportunity to deliver sustainable development and a reduction in carbon footprint by the provision of optimum natural light.
I'm going to have to stop you there, Mr. Starnes. I'm afraid you've exceeded your 3 minutes. I'd like to thank you very much, and Mrs. Anderson, for your inputs to this meeting. Just say goodbye to you. You will be put back in the waiting room. I'll remind you that you can watch the live stream of the meeting on the council YouTube, and thank you very much both, and good day to you. What I should point out to members is that Mrs. Evans has had to leave the meeting, and I'd like to welcome Mrs. Gerzon, who's stood in as her replacement. She was with us at the start of this application, so any legal advice that we need, Mrs. Gerzon will be providing us with. So, right, we now move across to Ward Councillor Michael Jones, who will actually open and close the debate. So over to yourself, Councillor Jones.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to support this application for 2 extra roof lights in number 3 High Street, Webley, which is a grade 2 listed building. This is a sustainable development, making use of an old agricultural building fitting into this historic village. It is making use of a building which otherwise would not be used, as it has no modern function, and supports the council's adaptive reuse of the barn as a part of a dwelling. The applicant has taken on this project with much time and investment to reuse this old barn building, maintaining its existing features with sustainable design and energy efficiency. With this consideration, the applicant has built a new slate tiled roof, following the planning guidelines, and at the same time working within the Webley NDP, particularly supporting WE01, promoting some sustainable development, WE07, protecting a heritage asset, and WE012, sustainable design in order to reduce carbon footprint. The applicant has been supported by the Webley Parish Council, who have some considerable experience in shaping this historic village, and also further support by a petition signed by 95 people from the village supporting this application. When you approach number 3 from both ends of the street, there is no visual impact or even notice of a new roof at all. The only noticeable factor is when one stands outside the Unicorn pub opposite the building and looks up at the roof. It can be seen that the applicant has maintained the wavy roof line of the apex, maintaining the original roof line character, which I think on the previous photographs, you could actually see that it's not a straight line, it's wavy. It's a pity that the site visit was not carried out, because the committee could see how unobtrusive the roof lights are and get a wonderful feeling from the fantastic natural light that has been brought inside this building, highlighting the wonderful original beams of this barn. Overall, these 2 extra roof lights are sustainable, they're good for the environment, making use of a building that otherwise is not being used, need less artificial lighting, less carbon footprint, is supported by the NDP, the Parish Council, and a 95 petition signatory. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We now move to the debate proper. So, Councillor Wilding, then followed by Councillor Milne.
Thanks, Chair. Well, I prefer the look of the roof with 3 roof lights. I can't see the problem, and I applaud the applicant's efforts for restoring and preserving this building and bringing it back to life. I do think, however, that it's a shame that the applicant didn't just persist with his original application and somehow convince the council to agree to putting in 3 roof lights in the first place, rather than agreeing to just 1 and then doing what the other application did, which was to change it as he did it and then ask for our permission afterwards. So I'm very unhappy about that, but I do think the actual design is better this way. So I'll be voting for it to go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wilding. Councillor Milne.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we've been asked as members to look at whether the introduction of 2 new roof lights exerts harm in heritage terms, and if so, what is the level of that harm, and whether that harm, if we agree there is harm, is offset by public benefit. I just want to talk a little bit about how we assess harm in heritage terms, and we would assess it in a number of ways. The officer has principally assessed it in aesthetic terms, the appearance. We can also assess it in evidential terms, in other words, what it says about the history of the building itself. And we can also assess the significance of a building and the harm upon it in terms of its historical significance or its associative significance. And we can see that this building, although listed in its own right, has group value. So it has an association with the house next door to which it had a functional relationship. So we're down really to a judgment on harm purely on aesthetic terms, because we've seen that the joists through which the new lights have been placed are modern, so they have no historic significance in themselves. They've been put in brand new as part of the new roof. So in aesthetic terms, the judgment that I have accords, in fact, with that of the applicant and the parish council, that a roof light, properly considered, and these are good roof lights in decent materials, well designed, not excessively protruding from the plane of the roof, do not detract in aesthetic terms from the significance of the building, and therefore do not exert harm upon it. And therefore, I'm happy to move for approval of this application.
Thank you, Councillor Milne. Can I take it that that move for approval is for both applications that are in front of us?
It would be for both of them. Thank you, Chair. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Have we a seconder, please? Councillor Selden. I now move to Councillor Foxton, please.
Thank you, Chair. A tricky situation. We've got 2 extra skylights, roof lights in a barn conversion. I just feel we're looking at a point of principle. I would suggest that the decision to have a 1 roof light was not the ideal decision in the first place. It speaks volumes to me that 95 local residents should come out in support and sign a petition in support of the additional roof lights. And the workmanship is of a high standard. The roof lights reduce the need for artificial lighting during daytime, thereby reducing the carbon footprint. I feel the contention is largely without merit, and we're in difficult financial times, and we need to support, I feel, and pass approval for these additional roof lights to demonstrate understanding. We live in 2020. We cannot accept that additional roof lights can cause such offence. The barn is clearly cherished and appreciated by residents and by the owners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Foxton.
Go for approval.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I suppose this application has some similarity to one we've just considered, in that there is either naivety or contempt of planning in reflection that these items were built into the building without any thought of prior planning approval. In terms of their use, I note they're on the north side of the building, so that it's not as if the amount of sunshine, as it were, is materially greatly increased by having these windows on the north side of the building. I suspect the fact of the matter was that, well, I don't know. I can only conjecture as to why that they've been put in. And I do have, a great deal of sympathy with the conservation officer who says that he doesn't agree that the harm that they cause is outweighed by the public good that they bring. But I bear in mind what other members of the committee have said. I just think it's a great pity that a prior application immediately after the approval for this conversion wasn't submitted to planning, so that due consideration could be given before these items were incorporated into the building. It's a long litany, isn't it, of applications that come to us after the fact, but I don't know what the solution to that is. I've still got an open mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Rowan.
Thank you, Chair. There's obviously permission was granted at some point for one Velux window, roof light, call it what we will. And so that would materially change the roof line and the look. I imagine that when the permission was granted, there were conditions on materials used for that roof light. So I do see that if there's an objection to having 3, there should be an objection to having 1, because it would absolutely change the look from an old barn to a residence. So I do see it as it's almost as if it was wrong to grant permission for the one in the first place. Now, I think that best use of space for any building within a large village or a good sized village such as Webley would be residential use. It's great that all buildings within that area that were empty or could be converted are converted or taken up. It's lovely that it's a young family. It's great that there's going to be young people more than likely there who are going to be going to the local schools and such. I really don't see that it is for us to agree with the officer and turn this down when permission was granted for one and it's going to be the same materials used. And so I'm picking up from the general atmosphere from my colleagues. I will be voting against officer recommendation and I will be voting for approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rowan. Councillor Selden.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Take one issue with Councillor Milne, unfortunately, in that it's not just aesthetics that we're assessing here. We also have a listed building consent before us, which means that the heritage asset is also under discussion. Now, I would take the view that is this going to cause undue damage to the asset, so a heritage asset? But the second point I would make, given we've granted permission for one roof light, is it unreasonable to grant permission for another two? And I would contend that it isn't unreasonable, given that we want to increase the amount of daylight into the building. So I will be voting with my colleagues, and that's against the officer recommendation and for this to be approved.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Selden. Have we any further speakers, please? Councillor Milne, second.
Yes, thank you. Brief second back to the chair then. So these just to comment briefly on roof lights, they're not necessarily modern historical introduced features. Roof lights have been around for a very long time. The Romans had a roof light on the Pantheon. It was called the Oculus. The Georgian period, Nash had roof lights in his houses. They were made of cast iron framed. We've had roof lights in not dissimilar to this for a very, very long time, and they become part of the development of the building. They tell us that of the different uses that we do understand from Duncan James's excellent report submitted by the applicant for the original conversion, that this is a building that has had a very rich history of changes of use and adaptations, and some of them have been consented by us very recently. After all, only a year or two ago, the applicant was approved for moving the entrance to the building. So he blocked up one door and introduced another, which was a much more considerable change. So I think it would be inconsistent were we not to support him on this one. Thank you, members.
Right. I do note that with the Pantheon, they needed a drainage system in the floor as well, because there wasn't actually a roof, sort of a covering to the roof, wasn't it? Councillor Shaw.
Oh, thanks for letting me come back, Chair. Yeah, just briefly, the comment's been made. Well, if one's allowed, why not three? And doesn't three look better anyway? The principle of symmetry there, it does look more attractive to our eye to see something symmetric. The point of fact is that this is an agricultural building, and the original openings weren't symmetric. They're haphazard. And therefore, I suspect the original view of putting one opening in the roof was that it was asymmetric, that it produces a frisson of dissonance in the aesthetic appeal, and kind of unsettles the eye. Whereas three are well, you're going back into your Georgian symmetry and all the rest of it. It's just a point of conjecture, and to explain why one might be allowed whereas three no, and the one that was allowed wasn't put in the middle.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Wilding.
Thank you, Chair, and you're going to hate this comment, but the reason I like the Grateful Dead is because they sing about out of tune, and it sounds like they've got lemons in their mouth. And I guess that's why a barn with only one window at a strange position in it, I agree with Councillor Shaw in one sense there. It squirts some lemon in your eye, but I still think 3 is better for the light. So there we go.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilding. I think that concludes the members that want to contribute to the debate. Before I go back to the ward councillor, I know that Mrs. Curzon did raise her hand. She wanted to make a comment, but so I'll invite that, and also Mr. Withers if he's got any further comment as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me, everyone? I just want to say is the officer report, the recommendation is for refusal, and it seems there's been a motion potentially for recommendation for approval. As members have, as the recommendation has been moved against officer recommendation, a motion has been moved against officer recommendation, would the members be able to provide some reasons as to why they disagree with the officer report and why they feel that the application should be approved against the officer recommendation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that would be standard practice to ask members to actually qualify their reasons. I'll invite Mr. Withers to make any comment first before we actually go to Councillor Milne and Councillor Selden for the reasons for the recommendation for approval of this application against contrary to officer advice.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Yes, just really to build on the comment from Ms. Curzon there. I think it's implicit in the proposal that we establish whether or not the committee considers there to be harm as a result of this development or no harm. Now, I sense the way the debate has gone that the members largely consider there to be no harm as a result of this proposal. If that's the case, then that needs to be made clear. If there is harm, that is also acceptable, but we would need to then consider whether or not the public benefits of that harm, so aspects of the low carbon emissions, reduction of the reliance on lighting and so on, would factor into that. So it's something that I think I'm not sure, was it Councillor Milne that proposed it, but I think it's something that needs to be covered in the context of the vote on both the applications. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question then? If there was only one reason with regards to no harm, would that be sufficient?
Sorry, yeah, I mean, ultimately it's a judgment whether or not you consider there to be harm or not. If you consider that this proposal would not cause harm, then you don't need to, you don't need to find more reasons. It's just a straightforward assessment based on your understanding of the impact of the application on the significance of the asset and its setting in the conservation area.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Withers. Councillor Selden.
Thank you, Chair. I think I made the point about damage and harm in my presentation earlier. I think the point is that the benefits to the carbon emissions from the building with the extra lighting going in outweigh any harm, especially in the environment that we're living in at the moment, outweigh any harm that's caused to the heritage assets by the inclusion of two more roof lights, given that we've already given permission for one. And I understand what Councillor Shaw is saying about the aesthetics of looking at 3 rather than 2. I would agree with him. 3 is much more pleasing on the eye. So therefore, to the aesthetics, the damage is more minimal. And I would also say to the heritage asset, given that its history, I understand, is less of a agricultural building and more of a residential or storage building. So I'm sort of little bit wary about waiving that one. But yeah, in terms of harm, I would say that the benefits outweigh any harm on both applications. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Selden. Right, I think that's clear. What I will do now is go back to Ward Councillor Michael Jones to sum up the debate, and then I will go back to Councillor Milne just to clarify the reasons for the approval of this application. So, Councillor Jones, please.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I noted in the debate, Councillor Shaw, about sunlight coming. Don't forget with roof lights, it's about natural light. You don't always have to have sunlight coming through. So it's a natural light you get in the winter when the sun isn't shining. And I also note Councillor Rowan agreed in there when the planning permission was granted for a new roof. That was sort of the main change to the replacing with a new slated roof. So that made big change on the planning application. But overall, I'd like to say that the 2 extra roof lights have no adverse impact on the roof line and surroundings. They are sustainable and provide some fantastic natural light, which will benefit the environment, mental health and well-being, and add to this wonderful building in this historic village. This is not a substantial extra, it is 2 extra roof lights on a new slated roof. The parish councillors support this. 95 signatures from the parish support this. And I put it to the planning committee to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. I turn to Councillor Milne then, just to clarify the reason for recommending approval of this application contrary to officer recommendation. Thank you.
So I would cite, bizarre though it may seem, the same policies that the officer cited for refusal. It's a matter of interpretation, really. So LD4, a commitment to protect, conserve, if possible, enhance heritage in a manner appropriate to their significance through appropriate management, etc., applies as indeed we would see through NPPF 194. An RA5, the reuse of redundant, the sustainable reuse of redundant or disused buildings, including farmsteads and rural areas, which will make a positive contribution, etc. I believe all those 3 policies are perfectly applicable to enabling us to go forward with an approval. Perhaps you ask, Chair, if you could ask officers to confirm whether my understanding of that is correct.
I certainly will. Can I ask Ms. Curzon and Mr. Withers, are you content with those reasons?
I guess we're in a slightly different situation here. We're not actually asking you necessarily to give reasons. We're asking you to establish whether or not the proposal complies with policy. I think in a roundabout way that's what you're saying, that you feel that this does comply with the policies that were cited, and that those are all relevant and to the matter in hand. The only other point that I was going to make probably is just to establish whether or not councillors believe that there are any conditions that they would wish us to apply to either or both the applications. I mean, in the context that the work is done, as I understand it, there are limited, if any, conditions that would apply, but it is something that we need to just give a nod to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Withers. Ms. Curzon, anything further to add?
I don't have anything further to add other than to echo the points made by Mr. Withers that we need to consider conditions. and it's more a matter of, in terms of commenting on Councillor Milne, asking whether it's satisfactory. It's more of a planning judgment maybe than a legal one. So I think Mr. Withers is probably best placed to answer this question.
Right, sure, thank you. Okay, so Councillor Milne, have you any further comments? Are you happy that with regards to conditions, etc., on this application?
Well, I imagine a standard condition requiring submission of details, but no, otherwise, I have nothing, no further comments. Thank you, Chair.
Do I need to clarify anything else, Mr. Withers, or are you happy that we go to the vote? That initially, well, primarily the fact no harm is being caused. I think that it needs to be cited strongly.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the point is what the committee is determining that the proposal preserves, or I can never remember the wording in LD4, but preserves or conserves the character of the listed building and its impact in the conservation area, and therefore complies with policy LD4. We will double check whether or not there is a requirement to secure details of the roof lights. I'm assuming that the detail of the approved roof light has already been agreed, and that these are replicas of what has already been approved. So I don't suspect that there'll be a need to reimpose that condition, but we will double check to ensure that we've got the necessary control in place if we need it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Selden.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, I don't think the committee is saying there is no harm. I think what the committee is saying is that the advantages of providing natural light, which is within the interior of the building, actually outweigh any harm that could be caused by the addition of the 2 roof lights.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Right, I'm actually going to go to the vote now. We've got 2 votes as per the previous application, so they've got to be taken separately. The first application is application 201.
Chair, can I just interrupt? Sorry. I believe we've just lost Councillor Selden just before we go into the votes. Obviously.
No, he is still with us. Yes. So I think that we should have 10 members here. And I should ask whether all members feel that you are able to participate in the vote. You've all heard the presentation and the debate. So everybody's nodding that I can see on the screen. So yes, Jen, we've got 10 going into the vote. So the application in front of us, agenda item 9, the application number 201645, recommended for approval contrary to officer recommendation with the conditions as per stated. So if you could vote now for, against or abstain, and then press your submit button, please.
Okay, all votes are in, Chair. 7 have voted 4 in favour and 3 against.
Okay, that is carried then. We now move to the second application, which is 202284, which is the application for the variation of condition 2 of Planning Permission 184664 to accommodate 2 additional roof lights on north elevation of barn. Again, recommendation that has been moved is for approval, contrary to officer recommendation. So you have 30 seconds to vote for, against or abstain. The vote is on the screen now. Thank you.
Okay, all votes are in. 7 in favour for those recommendations, 3 against.
Again, the second application is carried. That concludes the business of today's meeting. I'd like to thank you all for your persistence in staying with us until the end of the meeting. It's now 3:20. The date of the next meeting is Tuesday, the 10th of November. Obviously, we've already had the site visits for two of those applications on the agenda, but just to make members aware, it is on a Tuesday the 10th, not on the Wednesday. So